طيب السلام عليكم. My voice is clear. طيب 5 minutes and we will start إن شاء الله. Two minutes إن شاء الله وبنبدأ. طيب السلام عليكم. Good afternoon all. Can we start? Okay. So let's go through the last day of our webinar for healthcare administration, and today we will have the topics related to communication skills, transformational leadership, and other topics. Yesterday, as you remember, we have introduced the concept of team building, stages of team development, and then we discussed the types of teams. And by the end of yesterday, we end up with action planning. So as of today, we will move to new topics within the administration and healthcare administration, and those topics mainly related to how we will manage people and how we can impact the healthcare professionals and the staff in the healthcare organization. And as you are all aware, most of the things or most of the issues in the healthcare organizations are usually coming because of either miscommunication or like a wrong understanding of some messages, or wrong moving of one message to another department or between two people. So communication is one of the essential things that need to be addressed in the healthcare administration, and we need to know what are the differences in the type of communications, and do we need to invest more in the verbal or in the non-verbal communication? All those topics will be considered in our lectures for today. So let's start. This topic or this lecture will have an introduction to the communication concept, types of communication, and then we will talk a little about effective communication. Please, while I'm explaining and going through the lecture, feel free to ask or to clarify anything if you feel that you need to understand something else. الاخوان باللغه العربيه اللي حاب يستفهم اي موضوع بالنسبه للمحاضرات يسال في الشات، وانا بحاول قدر الامكان ان شاء الله انه يكون في شرح باللغه العربيه على قدر المستطاع ان شاء الله. طيب, let's start. What do we mean by communication? I think it is a very common concept. People always talking about communication. So let's have a brief. What do we mean by communication? What do you think? So we got some answers here, like knowing each other effectively, reaching together by any way, exchanging information. What else? What do we mean by communication? ما هو الاتصال أو التواصل؟ Getting better understanding, القدرة على توصيل المعلومة للطرف الآخر بنفس المعنى. Share and exchange. طريقة التعامل بين الأشخاص في مختلف البيئات. المقصود أسلوب. Okay. The easy concept, the easy definition of communication is the art of transmitting information, ideas, and attitudes from one person to another. So again, transmitting information, ideas, thoughts, and attitudes from one person to another. Attitude is not a verbal thing. Attitude might be a verbal or might be a non-verbal thing. So it is moving an information from one side to another side. This is the simple definition of communication. So again, it is the art of transmitting information, ideas, and attitudes from one person to another. Means of sending or receiving information, it can be two or more, depends on the type. Yes, you are right. طريقة التعامل مع الآخرين, you are right. Help as much as possible. Okay. Or we can define communication as it is the process of meaningful interaction among human beings. Okay, simply. So again, once we say communication, we have to sort out what do we mean by communication. Most likely, we are talking about transmitting a message between two persons or transmitting an information between two entities or two bodies. Now, I need to understand what kind of communication I can find in the healthcare organization, in the social life, in any way, in anywhere in the life. I need to know what are the types of the communication that we might face. I have the following types: either verbal communication or non-verbal communication. Verbal, I think it is very clear. Oral, spoken words like speech, yelling, or shouting. But the non-verbal communication is a wordless message like gesture, body language, symbols, and signs. All those are non-verbal. Again, the verbal communication is the thing that we are speaking, we are talking to each other. The verbal words that we are telling, or sometimes the way how we are shouting each other. This is a verbal communication. Calling someone by phone is a verbal communication. But the non-verbal communication is something that should not have a verbal tone of voice or a sound. and there are no words or no verbal language or verbal message to be transmitted between two persons. It might be like a gesture, the way how we sit, the way how we walk, the way how we interact with the people by our bodies, and or can be also a symbols or a signs. Okay, so those are the main two types of communication. And here is one of the great facts about communication. If we'll go back here, do you think which one is the greatest, the verbal or the non-verbal communication? Which is the thing that we are always depending on? Is it the verbal or the non-verbal? What do you think from your side? Yeah, but which one is the higher in the volume, the verbal or the non-verbal? Both non-verbal, non-verbal, non-verbal. What do you think? Non-verbal, verbal, verbal. This is the shocking truth about the elements of the personal communication. Can you imagine that body language and the tone of voice are the higher in the categories of the communication? The words, the verbal communication is only categorized in 7% only. But the greater amount of our communication is located in the body language. 55% is in the body language and 38% in the tone of voice. The sound, is it high or not high sound? So the body language have the majority of the communication once we are communicating with each other. And this is the fact that can give us a sign and alarm to watch our body language, to watch our attitude while we are transmitting a message to someone or while we are communicating with someone. Now, I need to move to something that is related to the patterns of communication, how we usually communicate, طرق التواصل, أساليب التواصل, the way how we are communicating with the people, with others, with our colleagues in the hospital or in the healthcare organization, with our colleagues in the department or in the unit. All those are coming through the following patterns. It is either we will start by having a vertical communication or horizontal. Sometimes we called it formal communication. Sometimes we have informal communication. Overall, I need to understand what do we mean by vertical? What is horizontal? Vertical communication, once we started to giving orders or once we are starting to obey commands, this is a vertical. What do we mean by giving orders or instructions? It is coming from upward, downward, or the opposite, downward to upward. Both of them are vertical communications, either from down to up or up to down. The difference here, once I'm talking about down, upwards like staff to manager, once I'm asking my manager to do me a favor or to do me one help in the schedule or to arrange my duty in the next month, verbally I'm asking him to do this favor for me. I'm asking him vertically. So the way of the communication or the pattern of my communication was vertical communication. At the same time, if my manager approved my schedule and he delivered this message to me, this is another type of vertical communication, but it is coming up downwards, and he's the boss. He's talking to me. He is giving me the instructions how I'm going to do my duty in the next month. So is this clear? The vertical? What about the horizontal communication? Horizontal usually is the usual communication flow between staff in the same unit or friends. Like you are talking to your colleague, you and him or you and her are in the same level. So you will do a horizontal communication, a side talk, a side communication. So this is the horizontal communication. Now we need to understand also that there are what we call it formal and informal communication. And this is also, or those are types of common communications that we might encounter in our life in the healthcare organization or even in the hospitals, other organizations, anywhere we sometimes might face a formal communication or informal communication. Let's have an example. If the parents are talking to the children, this is a formal or informal communication? If the parents are talking to their kids, do you think is it formal or informal? Have you ever seen someone sending his son an email to do his homework, for example? So this is an example of the informal communication. It is the usual way of the communication between the people in the life, in the social life mainly. But once we are talking about healthcare setting, hospital, organizations, healthcare facilities, usually the way of the communication between the staff or between the management and the staff or between the staff and the management usually are a formal communication. And the formal communication have some criteria that we need to follow. And even in some hospitals or some healthcare organizations, they are providing a dedicated education program for the communication. They are giving an essential orientation to the people upon hiring about the communication, how you should use your email, how you should answer the phone in your unit, how you should reply, what is accepted and what is not accepted while you are communicating with someone in the hospital. All these are formal communications located in the healthcare organizations. So again, vertical communication, horizontal, formal, and informal. Do you have any question or any clarification? Okay. Let's now move again to something else that is affecting our communication. Let's start one by one. What are the things that can affect the communication? As you can see, we will start by the age. Do you think age can affect the communication? And if yes, please tell me how, or give me an example. How age can influence communication? Or from the beginning, do you think age can influence the communication? Kids and adult, yes. خاطب الناس على قدر عقولها. Yes, when you deal with all the school people, yeah, yes. العمر بيأثر باختلاف الآراء بين المتحدث والمستمع عن طريقة الحديث. Elder people, yes. Experience, there is power of authority bears with age, yeah. Difference, yes. So as you can see here, most of us are aware that the age can influence the communication. But let's have a very quick simulation. Tune in talking with someone older than you, different from talking to smaller. Topic and ideas. اخفض لهما جناح الذل من الرحمة. طيب, let's have an example. you think if we have an, like, let's say one of our colleagues in this course is 7 or 6 years old, do you think he will be able to catch and understand the way how we are talking or the way how we are explaining this course? Not at all, right? Or imagine yourself, you are talking to one of your relatives, one of your cousins, one of your family members who is only 7 or 6 or even 10 years old. Are you going to have a complicated language talking to him? Are you going to tell him in the way how we are as adult people talking? You have to sometimes go down by your level, by your mentality, to deliver the message to this kid or to this girl, right? So age have a great influence and impact on the communication because you need to change the way how you are communicating. Sometimes you need to give more effort in the communication while you are dealing with either small ages or elder ages. For example, if we will move to the opposite side, are we going to talk in the same tone of voice while we are talking to someone who is old in age? Definitely we will use a professional and like a respectful way of communication while we are talking to elderly people. So age again matter. Sometimes once you are talking to someone who is very old in age, you have to consider repeating more and more the sentences that you are talking or the communication patterns that you are using because of some deficiencies or some defects among those people. Overall, the concept here is age can affect and influence the way of communication. Clear? Okay. Another type of influences or another category in the influence of the education of the communication is the education. Here, the education can really matter. Imagine yourself talking to someone who is not educated at all. Are you going to mix your language or to mix your speech with a detailed or a complicated sentences or concepts or terminologies of your background? Do you think this can really affect the way of communication? Sure, it will affect. Or once we are talking about the different categories of education, imagine yourself sitting in the pharmacy or in the nursing unit or in the infection control department, and your facility engineer came to you, start to talk to you in a very technical and detailed engineering language. He start to talk to you about some complicated systems with some complicated measures. Are you going to catch what he is talking about? Most likely not, because the educational background of this guy is totally different from your educational background. So overall, the education matters either by the specialty of the education itself or sometimes by whether the person is educated or not. Emotions can also matter, or emotions can affect the communication. And this can be clear while we are dealing with our family members. Most of the communications between the family members are going to be a very smooth and warm communication or warm words between the family members because of the emotions or the boundaries of those people as a family. Or if we will take it to the other side, while do you think someone who is very angry or someone who just lost one of his family members in an accident, do you think his emotional situation or his emotional status will affect his communication? can you imagine yourself talking to someone in the emergency department who just arrived by the Red Crescent and he just knew that his family or one of his family members, his father, his son, or her daughter, or someone else just passed away because of this accident? Do you think you need to consider the emotion of this guy or the emotion of this lady? Or imagine a lady who just lost her baby while she is delivering. Are you going to talk to her in the same way you are talking to the other people? Or you need to adjust the way of the communication? Most likely, you will tell me that you will adjust the way of the communication according to the situation. Clear? Work environment should be out of emotions except serious and ethical emotion, like what have mentioned. Yeah, but you cannot eliminate the emotions from any life setting, and we are working in the hospitals usually. What do you think? One of our colleagues mentioned that work environment should be out of emotions except serious and ethical emotion, like what I have mentioned. Agree or not? What do you think? Between the staff, yes, even between the staff. Emotion is not love only. Okay, Mr. Ahmed, I will give you one example. Let's say one of our colleagues who is working in the same unit or in the same department have just came back from like his emergency leave following his father's death. He came back 3 days after the death of his father. Are you going to be like, you know, to deal with him in a different way, or are you are going to be straightforward? You will never show any empathy, or you will not feel anything sad about him. What do you think? You have to show some empathy, right? باللغه العربيه راح اتكلم شوي بس. لو افترضنا ان واحد من زملائنا مثلا راجع من اجازه طارئه بسبب وفاه احد افراد عائلته، هل راح نتعامل معه بنفس الاسلوب، بنفس الطريقه، بنفس طريقه الكلام والكوميونيكيشن في اول يوم او يومين من عودته من اجازته الطارئه؟ غالبا لا. Most likely we are going to adjust our tone of voice. We need to show some empathy and some emotional support to him or her, right? This is an example of ethical exceptions. We deal with the human beings, not computers. Of course, no. لا نراعي المشاعر. طبعا لا. Yes, yes, sure, no. So overall, we just need to understand we should have friendly relations because we might work with same people for years. Yeah, this is one also of the things that we have to consider. We should consider emotional intelligence. All those are correct statements, but overall, the concept of emotion as an influence on the communication, it is something there, something we have to consider. Uh, by the way, as a manager or as a supervisor, as a staff, most of our categories in the healthcare organizations, we have to show what we called it a resilience, a flexibility while we are dealing with the communication. And sometimes you will go up, sometimes you will go down according to the situation that you are in. Emotions can be there. Emotions are always there. as we just introduced to you a while ago, we are human beings. Human beings are, created from like as they said, a blood and emotions. So emotions are there. You are the one responsible how to control the communication, how to go up and down according to the situation that you have it there. But empathy or showing the the support to the people while they are in the a sad situation, sometimes is something mandatory to be there in your healthcare setting. Mr. Ahmed, is it clear, or you need to clarify anything else? Great. Also, while we are talking about influences on the communication or the things that can influence communications, we should consider the culture, right? And culture in the healthcare organization is one of the rich items. Why? Because yesterday, if you remember, I told you there is no hospital all over the world have one nationality. Most of the hospitals in the world have a multi-nationalities in the staffing level or in the setting of the staff. So those people are coming from different cultures. You have to consider this. Example, and very simple example, and during the holy month of Ramadan, our colleagues who are non-Muslim colleagues coming from different cultures will show some empathy to us while they are they are hiding themselves from eating or drinking in front of other staff who are Muslims, and they are doing their fasting. So culture can matter. Culture can affect the communication. And there are a lot of examples. Culture also, you have to consider that in some countries, there are what is accepted and what is not accepted. Again, if we are talking about culture, if we are talking about, let's say, our Muslim culture in the kingdom here, do you think is it accepted to shake the hands with the ladies as a cultural and like as a spiritual or religious background? Do you think is it accepted? Shaking the hands is one of the non-verbal communication. So we have to consider the culture, right? Physical distance, yes, can be also. Yes. Clear? Okay. Another contributing factors or another influence in the communication is the language. And I think this is one of the clear examples. Language can differ. Most of the hospital, most of the healthcare organizations are unifying the language of the communication among the staff. Most of the hospitals are using the English language as the formal communication language in the hospital. And this is most likely because of the diversity of the staff. People who are coming from different countries have to talk in English. Why? Because we have different categories, different cultures, different countries. So you in the healthcare organization or in the hospital need to unify the way how the people should talk and the language or the formal language of the communication according to your healthcare setting. Another influence in the communication is the attention. If you are talking to someone who just passed the 3 days without sleeping, do you think that he will be able to catch all the information that you are discussing with him or with her? Imagine yourself attending this course and you are not sleeping well in the last few days, most likely you will get only 10 or 20% of the informations introduced to you by this course. So attention is one of the major influences in the communication, and you have to consider it. You as a communicator, you need to raise the attention of the people by changing the way of your communication sometimes, by changing the tone of the voice, by adding some examples as well in the discussion or in the conversation, to seek and to enhance the attention of the one who is receiving the message from you. Also, the surrounding. And in the surrounding, I used to do this very quick example. Now I am talking to you, my voice is clear, but this is because I'm maintaining a very quiet surrounding environment while I'm talking to you. But let's assume that I'm talking to you while I'm making some noise, and that time you will hear that, or you will feel like you cannot catch the whole information, right? What do you think? Was my voice clear a while ago in the last few seconds? Or there was a noise? There was a noise, and this noise can affect the quality of the communication that we are doing. Yeah. And this, the noise is one of the surroundings that we might have it in our communication or while we are talking to someone. So as an intelligent person, as an intelligent staff in the hospital or in the healthcare organization, if you feel that the surrounding area, the surrounding environment is noisy, it is better for you to save your effort and wait, or choose another place to communicate with this man or this staff, because this noise might give or might deliver a wrong message, and this message can lead to a wrong action later on, right? Are we clear? So now let's ask this question. Why do we need to communicate? What do you think? Why do we need communication? Why do we need to communicate? Sharing information, share experiences, deliver message عشان نفهم بعض, transfer ideas, information skills, exchanging information, endorsement, to deliver an idea, express our feelings, okay, establish a project, okay, gain skills and experience, okay, share and exchange and deliver information, okay. Number one, we need to communicate in order to get information. I am talking to you now and you are hearing me. This is a communication. What is the benefit of this communication? I'm delivering a new information, or I'm doing a training for you. So this is an information. You are getting information from me, from my side. So I am the communicator, you are the receiver. So you all are receiving an information, or to learn to give instructions, right? Or even to make requests. Or sometimes you need to communicate to motivate people, to encourage them, or to praise them, or even for Robert, you need to support the people. You need to show empathy. All those are examples or why do we need to communicate. Now, let's move to the categories or to the communication process itself and what are the elements of the communication. We have the sender, then the receiver, and the medium, the environment or the medium. Also, we have the feedback. Then we have barriers in the medium or in the environment, and for sure, the message itself that we are going to communicate. The cycle will start from the sender. He will do encoding to his words or her words. He will move it through a medium. This medium can be either a written text, a paper, a phone, a Zoom meeting as well as we are doing now, to the receiver. And the receiver will decode, he will analyze, he will understand, and he will get this information or this message. What he will do, if he got this message, he will say, it is clear. And this feedback will go back to me. So I can understand that you have received my message. Clear? Excellent. In this diagram or in this picture, you have to look for the barriers. And again, the example I gave a while ago, while I have made some noise while I'm talking to you, this was a very clear example about the barriers. Or sometimes in our Zoom meeting, for example, some of our colleagues yesterday were talking about that there is interruption in the service or in the internet service in their areas. And this can be considered also as a barrier. Barriers can vary, can change according to the way how you are communicating. If you are talking direct to someone face to face, barriers most likely will be related to the noise level in the surrounding area. But if you are talking to someone through Zoom meeting, barriers can vary, either the noise or sometimes the interruption of the service, or even the quality of the devices that we are using can also be considered as a barrier, right? So this is a very brief and a very short introduction to the communication process. Now, this is one of the diagrams that we need to look and we need to understand it in the workplace, in the healthcare organization. The quality of communication, the frequency and the infrequency of the communication according to the type of the mean or the way how we are communicating. As you can see in the left side, the quality of the communication, while we are talking about memos and letters, while we are sending memos or letters to the staff, there will be a very high frequency here. Most of the communication are located in this site in the healthcare setting. Usually, people will send you emails, will send you letters, will send you like a voice note or a voicemail through your computer, or they will call you by their phones. And this is most of the communication are, or the high frequency of the communication are coming in this side. But if you will go to the right side, the face-to-face conversation with the very high richness and very high quality will be in a less frequent. Why? Are we talking to each other while we are working, or are we working? Again, the question is, while we are going to our duty, are we going just to talk to people or to work? We are working. So most of the time we are going to work. And the most of the hours we are spending is usually for working. Working means that you will have a less frequent face-to-face conversations in the minimal level. But this face-to-face conversations or talking can give a very high quality of speech. Why? Because it is very close communication and there are most likely no interruptions. If you will go back to the frequent communications in the healthcare organizations, those are related to memos, letters, or emails. And many of us have encountered what we called it a misunderstanding of an email, or sometimes he misreading the email. So he did not deliver the message or he did not receive the message, sorry, right? So the frequency of the memos and emails are higher than the face-to-face conversations in the healthcare organization. But unfortunately, the memos and emails will not deliver the high quality of communication that we are requiring. So in that way, we need to put a clear policy for the people, and this thing is usually applied in most of the new hospitals or new healthcare organizations. There are a clear policies, like for example, each staff required to open his or her email at least twice daily while he is or she is on the duty. And some hospitals are applying those policies, or even sometimes some hospitals are applying a clear policy for communication, which is the memo or the suggestion box that they are using in their units and departments. This is all are some categories that can be adopted by the hospitals to enhance the quality of the communication in their hospitals and their healthcare setting. Are we clear? Okay. Hearing versus listening. Is there any difference between hearing and listening? The one who answered yes, please answer me why there is a difference between hearing and listening. Now, in this webinar, in this meeting, in this Zoom conversation between me and you, are you hearing me or listening to me? You are listening to me, right? Yeah. So the initial difference between hearing and listening is that the listening most likely will use or will utilize the mental process of hearing. As you can see here in the slide, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وإذا قرئ القرآن فاستمعوا له وأنصتوا لعلكم ترحمون. There are two different concepts, right? There are two different concepts. فاستمعوا له وأنصتوا. الاستماع is hearing, أنصتوا is listening. So those are two different words. Hearing, you just need to hear the words. Can you hear me now? You are hearing me. But if let's say that if we have 500 people in this webinar, not all of them are listening, right? Listening means that you are going to use your mental effort while you are catching the words that we are delivering to you. Right? What do we need to utilize more? Listening or hearing? Which one we should do more, listening or hearing? No, I'm looking for one answer. Listening or hearing should be more. It is not listening actually, and even it is not hearing. Most likely it depends on the situation. If you are working in the market shop, are you going to listen always? Yeah, it depends on the situation. Okay, so it depends on the situation. If you are in a meeting, you have to listen. If you are in just only walking in your hospital, doing around, most likely you will hear everything. Are you going to do a listening exercise, or you are going to actively listen to everything in the world, everything in the round? Most likely not. So it depends on the situation. Clear? But now, why are, or what are the value of listening? Why listening is better than hearing? But again, keep in your mind, it is not mandatory to listen to everything, but it is by default you will hear everything. But again, it is not mandatory to listen to everything, but also you have to hear everything. Now I need to give the value of the listening. Better understanding. Yes, listening is, it is deeply. Yeah, listen, understand, and focus. Yes. So the value of listening. Listening to others is an intelligent, elegant art, actually. Okay? If you are showing an active listening to someone who is discussing with you, this will give a great impression to the one who is talking to you, enhance your ability to understand better. Yes, correct. Good listening also can reflect a courtesy and good manners. This is a gentleman. This is a gentle lady. Why? Because they are active listeners, right? Listening carefully to the instructions of superior or supervisors can improve the competency and the performance. If you are listening to your supervisor, your manager, your director, or your expert staff in the hospital or in the unit, this can enhance your competency and your performance as well. The result of poor listening skill could be disastrous in the workspace or in the hospital, employment and social relations, right? If we are giving an instructions to the people, but the people are not an active listeners, if we said that come on time, go on time in the duty, the people are not listening to those instructions. They just heard the instruction and they did not apply. This means that they did not listen. They just catch the information by their ears only. And this is a hearing only. They did not apply the instructions. This means that they are not listening to us. And this can impact on the whole performance of my unit because the people are not committed to the duty, right? Good listening skills can improve the social relations and conversations among the colleagues and the staff in the unit. Listening also is a positive activity rather than a passive or negative activity. Positive activity rather than a passive activity, because listening can result in reactions, but hearing is just only a one-way direction process. You will hear something. If you react, this means that you are listening. If you did not react, this means that you are just only hearing what have been said. Clear? Now, I have two slides of do's and don'ts in the communication. What do we need to do in this slide and what we don't have to do in the other slide. Let's start by do's. What do we need to do in the communication? Always think ahead about what you are going to say. Don't be that much quick to give your judgment. لا تكون سريع الحكم. Number one. Otherwise, you might wrongly judge the situation or wrongly judge the fact or the communication that you are going to talk, right? So think, then speak. Number two, use simple words and phrases that are understood by everybody. And I gave one example. Imagine that the head of facility department or the head of engineering department in your hospital came to you and started talking to you in a very detailed technical way of speaking. This can really can affect the information that you are going to deliver or the informations that will be delivered to you. If he is talking to you like he is talking about the pressure of the water pump in the fire system, and he start going deeply with the details and the technical words, most likely you are not going to understand him or her. So use a simple words and phrases that are understood by everybody. Also, increase your knowledge on all subjects that you are required to speak about. And this is one of the essential topics. We are always telling that read more and more about the topic that you are going to discuss. Speak clearly and audibly. الصوت لازم يكون واضح وclear. Check twice with the listener whether you have been understood accurately or not. And I think this exercise is being utilized by me many times. I used to say many times, clear, واضح, any queries or any question. This is my usual question. And I need to get a feedback from your side that it is clear, and then I need to proceed. Also, in case of an interruptions, always do a little recap of what has been already said. إذا حسينا إنه في obstacle في الكوميونيكيشن أو في noise level عالي, read again or re-speak the words that you have already spoken a while ago, if you felt that there was some interruptions. Always pay undivided attention to the speaker while listening. Stay, like, keep your attention to the speaker while you are listening to him or her. Always ask for clarification if you have failed to grasp the other points of view while we are talking. And this is why sometimes I'm asking you, did you get the information? Is it clear or not? If you did not understand, if you did not, or that the information did not reach you well, try to ask, try to clarify. All are in the communication cycle. Also, repeat what the speaker has said to check whether you have understood accurately. Let's say staff X and staff Y are standing with each other. They are discussing something. Staff X have done the information. Now, at this point, as staff Y, if you need to make sure that you have delivered or you have received the information, repeat in front of the communicator what he have said. Also, we have in some hospitals the policy that we called it for the critical values in the laboratory, for example, we have to do what we called it read back policy as a confirmation that the information you delivered was clear and accurate information. Also, the last thing in the communication, the golden rule of the communication in the healthcare setting and the hospital, what is not written, not done. Clear? Okay. Now, this is the list of the things that you don't have to do. Yeah, this is the policy, Mr. Ahmed, of the critical value reporting in some hospitals. Write down, read back. What are the things that we don't have to do while we are communicating or while we are in the communication cycle? Don't instantly react and mutter something in anger. Always, the loser is the angry in the conversation, right? Anyone who is angry sometimes or most of the times will be the loser of the two people or the two parts of the communication. The one who cannot control himself or herself while he is talking most likely will be the loser. Don't use technical terms or terminologies that cannot be understood by the people. Also, don't speak too fast or too slow. Don't speak in inaudible surroundings. And the example was clear, as you won't be heard. Don't assume that everybody understands you. You might face someone who did not get the information or someone who did not understand you. So you as a communicator, don't assume that all the people understood you. While listening, do not glance here and there as it might distract the speaker. Those kind of people who are or who cannot stay steady while they are sitting in a meeting. They are moving. They are moving the chair, they are moving the table, they are moving the notebook, they are moving the pen. All those are destructive or this and like what we call it and interruptions to the speaker or to the communicator. Also, do not interrupt the speaker. Don't jump to the conclusion that you have understood everything. Sometimes you missed the critical part of the communication. So don't be hurry to the conclusion. Now, was this clear to you? Yeah. We will go through some instructions, some quick instructions, how to improve the existing level of communication and what are the things that we need to do. Follow the unified communication language in your organization. As I just told you, most of the hospitals are using a unified or a formal language for the communication in the hospital. Improve pronunciation. Work on body language. Listen more. Avoid reading or watching or listening unwanted literatures, gossips, media, presentations, and other things. And this is something common in the hospitals, right? Think and speak. Don't speak immediately. Think and speak. Don't speak too fast. Use simple vocabulary. Don't speak only to impress someone. Always follow your formal communication channels. And as a clinical staff, usually we are always saying that don't use or follow the clinical for the clinical staff. You have to do what we call the documented way or the written way of communication, which is the some hospitals are using the SPAR forms between the for the endorsement between the staff members, right? Improving your body language tips: keep appropriate distance, touch only when appropriate, take care for your appearance, be aware people may give false cues, maintain eye contact, smile, but don't laugh. The last slide, most likely, of our, or the last 2 to 3 slides of our presentation will be about the meaning of space. As you can see here in this diagram, we have a very clear distance that we need to watch while we are talking to the people. We have 4 levels. Number 1, from the far level, which is the public zone. It is around 12 feet or more. Then the social zone, which is located between 4 feet to 12 feet. The personal zone is between 18 inches to 4 feet, and most of those people are our friends, our close friends. And the intimate zone, which is our family members, from touch to 18 inches. Which one is the one that should be in the workplace? It is either the social or the public only. Avoid the intimate or personal distance in the healthcare setting or in your healthcare organization or in your working area. Okay? Clear, or you need any clarification? So the last thing I think to discuss is about the email etiquette. A while ago in the introduction, I told you that some hospitals are using a clear policy for the email or the communication. And one of them is the email etiquette. The email etiquette: use your institute official email account. Don't use your personal email account. Also, be clear and direct in your subject. Avoid abbreviations and emojis in the email. Keep the subject matter short and clear. Don't write your life story in the email. Sometimes people will just ignore your email because of the length of the paragraphs that you are using in your email. Keep the subject matter short and clear. Use a polite way of communication. Proofread your email before sending the email. Proofread, this is one of the important things. Before clicking on send, reread the email in order to check if there is something wrong or not. Use email signature, the professional signature of your email. Avoid bold and capital letters while you are typing your email, because bold and capital letters are equal shouting in the verbal communication. Consider cultural variances with your organization's colleague and with your colleagues. So hopefully this was a brief introduction about the communication, the elements of the communication, the buttons of the communication. We have even discussed something about the effective communication. What are the things to be done and what are the things not to be done in the communication? Do you have any question or any clarification? You are welcome. Any question again? Any queries? Great. So 5 minutes, and we will start our second lecture. Okay. Okay, 5 minutes, and we will start. Okay, can we start? Okay, so the next part in the communication is the obstacles that we might face and how we can resolve those obstacles in our communication. Simply, in this lecture, we are going to talk about the communication obstacles that we might face, and then we will talk about the effective, how we will do the effective meetings in case we have time to finish with this part. Overall, I need to understand that barriers of the communication are there, and usually we will face a lot of barriers uh, 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 while we are communicating. Let's start one by one and simulate a situational conversation with each other. For example, when we are talking about closed questions, do you think closed questions is a barrier to the communication or not? Do you know what is the meaning of closed question? Closed-ended question? Yes and no question. So those type of questions can be a barrier to the communication, and those can be considered as an obstacle to the communication. Imagine yourself sitting with or in a meeting with some of your colleagues, and the way of the communication between the staff is only a close-ended question. Did you finish your task? Yes or no? Yes. Did you finish your assignment? No. Did you have you done this part? Yes. Have you done? Why don't you or why? Did you finish this task or not? So the way of the closed-ended questions can be a distractive way of the communication. Usually, you have to balance and you have to consider more the open-ended question. Ask the people to discuss, ask the people to express their opinions, to talk, to say what they need to do and what are their opinions, rather than the close-ended question. The false reassurance, and this might also be encountered, let's say, for example, between the colleagues in the unit, when the senior staff gave a false reassurance to the most junior staff that he or she will not be a successful staff in the future, and this can also actually give a very negative impression and a very negative atmosphere in the unit. Judgmental responses. Have you ever heard someone who is, just because you started to speak, he said, no, 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 you are wrong. Those people who are always jumping to the judgment are obstructing the communication, and they are distracting actually the communication. And we have a lot of people who are doing this part, right? The defensive reflexes. Yeah, they are a lot, I know. You just start your speaking and he or she will, he will immediately jump to the judgment. No, your opinion is not right. No, this is not correct. No, this is, no. Those people are obstructing the communication. Defensive reflexes. If you are asking someone who did a mistake, you might feel like, this guy, let's say, for example, you are in an official investigation committee, or you are in an investigation committee with someone. If you have started to talk, asking a question for this staff who was really guilty in the situation, you might find him going to defend himself or herself. He might have this way of crying or shouting. Those all are defensive reflexes, and those cannot continue with the communication. Those can distract the communication, and those are barriers to the communication. Agreeing or disagreeing, or approving or disapproving. And if you ask me, Personally, I don't like those people who are always saying, yes, yes, you are right, yes, yes, or those people who are always telling you, no, you are not right, no, sorry, no, excuse me, no, or those people who are telling you always approved, disapproved, approved, not approved. Those all are distractions that might be encountered in the communication. And one of the most communication barriers that we might encounter is the people who are advisors. They are always giving advice. If you want my advice, do this and that. I don't care about your advice in the healthcare organization. I'm caring about what the policy said, what the hospital procedure, what are the rules and regulations. Right? Keep your advice for yourself. We are not here for advising each other. We are here to comply with the rules, situations, policies, and the procedures. Also, some of those are the people who are always asking or requesting an explanation or more explanation. Those people who are always asking for more explanation. You have introduced one action plan, and one staff keep on asking you to re-explain. I did not get you. Again, please. Come again. And those people can be barriers to the communication. Changing the subject. We are now talking about communication, right? Imagine someone in the, sorry to say that, someone who is in the chat box telling me, where is the presentations? Where are the presentations? Those people are changing the topic. And we are talking about communication barriers. So changing the subject, changing the topic while we are in one line of communication can affect and interrupt our communication. Clear? Or any question? Okay. Also, a barrier to the communication is the noise. And I have introduced you a while ago the example of the noise, how it will affect the communication. The inappropriate medium. Imagine yourself, you are in a meeting, and beside this meeting, there is a workshop or there is a gathering, a social gathering. The medium surrounding you will be very noisy and very interruptive medium. Assumptions and misconceptions by the people. Imagine yourself sitting in a meeting and someone is always assuming that staff X or staff Y are not performing well. He even did not give himself a chance to listen or a chance to hear from you. So those people also can interrupt you, can like give a barriers to the communications. Again, here the emotions or the abuse of the emotions can be a barrier to the communication. Those people who will start crying just because of some queries or some investigations. Sometimes we need to avoid the emotions, but we have to consider them for a certain situations. But overall, emotions or the abuse of the emotions can be a barrier to the communication. The common language barrier is the common barrier to the communication. The differences in the language. Imagine yourself talking in English, or imagine that we are here discussing this topic in Arabic language and some of our colleagues cannot understand Arabic at all. And this is a very clear barrier to the communication. Poor listening skills, the one that we talked about it a while ago. Distractions, and distractions have different faces. or different categories of distractions. Distractions by sound, by noise, by motion, and others. So all those can be barriers to the communication. Clear? Or we need to have any question? Okay. Now, I can consider that we are done with the communication. But also one of the topics that I need to introduce to you related to the healthcare administration and to enhance the healthcare administration is the meetings management. And this is actually one of the interesting topics that we all required to understand and to have an impression about it. Okay? Meetings management. I will ask you clearly. Now, today is Monday, right? For the last 2 days, from Sunday and today, can you just please write down how many meetings you have attended in your work area? Let's see the answers. One meeting, 2, 0, 4, nothing, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2. The minimal meeting is last for 30 to 1 hour, right? Usually the meetings are 1 hour or 30 minutes or sometimes more, right? Yes, most of the meetings are in between 30 to 1 hour. And imagine yourself, by the end of the week, after 5 working days or 6 working days, imagine yourself that you have attended 6 or 7 meetings. Like in a daily basis, you are attending 1 or 2 meetings. Sometimes this can really affect the work. Meetings are something or a tool that should be used for what we called it an effective way of communication, and that there is some conditions when to do meeting rather than a message to be delivered to the people. And there is a very common picture, all it was all over the social medias. This meeting supposed to be an email, and I think most of you have seen this picture, right? So let's talk about the meetings. What is the meaning of meeting? Is a coming together of 2 or more people by chance or by arrangement. Okay, but most likely we are going through the formal way of meeting, which is the scheduled arranged meeting, right? Now, there are 3 reasons to meet. Number 1, you need to provide information that cannot be easily or effectively conferred or converted to other way of communication by other means. Like if you have an, let's say, a new plan to be applied, is it preferable to you to do it through meeting or through email? A major plan of change, are you going to discuss this in a meeting or in through email? What do you think? Yes, through a meeting. But what if we are going to give one instruction to one single group in the hospital. It is just only an instruction, one line of instruction. Staff nurses in unit X should do this thing. This should be done through email. So number one, if you have to provide an information that cannot be easily or effectively conferred by other means. Okay. Number two, to create an opportunity for discussions to be made. And in such situations, it is preferable to bring the people around the table and to discuss this matter. And we have a very common tool. We called it the brainstorming. If you are not decided yet about a new adjustment in the way you are managing the situation in the pharmacy, for example, or in the infection control, and you need to have a discussion about this matter, is it preferable to have it as an email or as a meeting? Most likely you will answer me, it should be by a meeting. Why? Because you need to hear from the people. And in that situation, in that case, it is better for you to have it through meeting. If you will send email asking the people to reply, you might face a very big problem with the reply of the people coming forward and going backward to the people once, twice, many times, and this can distract the communication or the message itself. So here is another reason why we need to do the meeting. Number three, to hold a meeting is to allow feedback and discussion. And this is also, we just introduced to you. Sometimes you cannot ask the people to reply through a memo or to reply through email or to come to your unit, and then you will ask someone else to come again, and all of them are discussing the same topics. It is better for you to call those people in one single meeting, finish up with the topic, allow those people to discuss and to get feedback from them. Am I clear? So we need also to get some information about what do we mean by meeting agenda. Meeting agenda is one of the essential things to do while you are sending your invitation to the meeting. Let the people know what you are going to talk about. What are the topics that will be discussed? What they are expecting from this meeting. And this should go through what we call the meeting agenda. Meeting and agenda items by type and examples. As you can see here in this table, in your invitation, you should list down this, for example, this table: information, discussion, and action. What are the expected things that you are going to discuss in this meeting? You will have a briefing about the situation. You will have also an explanation about the present policy, the current situation, for example, the non-negotiable issues. Some types of trainings, if required or not, brainstorming the situation, brainstorming the procedure, or brainstorming the process that you are going to discuss, electing decisions, suggestions, and inputs, planning, negotiating, planning for results, group decisions making, and problem solving. So the idea here, whenever you send an invitation for a meeting, apply the agenda and put the agenda in the meeting invitation so the people can understand, can arrange, can arrange themselves what they are going to discuss They might read more, they might expose themselves to the agenda that you are discussing in the meeting. So number one, you have to send the agenda in the invitation to let the people know and understand this meeting is going to do what and what will be discussed in this meeting. Clear? Okay. Now, essential steps for an effective meeting. Number one, the first thing is that there must be a clear objective for the meeting, and this will be disseminated through the invitation. You will send the invitation to 5, 10, the number of the people who are going to attend by a clear objective. This meeting is going to discuss the subject of needle stick injuries in staff or in Unit X, or this, you are kindly invited to attend this meeting in order to discuss the situation of falling down cases, or you are kindly invited to attend this meeting to discuss the medication error situation in the ICU. So this is the clear objective that you need to set prior to the meeting itself. Standing meetings without a clear reason for each meeting are not a good use for the participants' time. If you are dealing with someone who is really professional and you send him an email invitation to a meeting without an objective, it is very easy for him or her not to attend because they don't know this meeting is about what. So number one, set a clear objective for your meeting. Number two, consider who is invited to the meeting. It should be determined who really needs to be at the meeting, and the attendees should be determined based on the need for the meeting and what the specific goals to be accomplished. If you remember yesterday, I talked to you about efficiency. And one of the major and important things to be considered while we are talking about efficiency is that don't call those people who have no rules to do or nothing to do with your meeting. Example, if we are talking about enhancing the transportation service in the hospital, I think it is not mandatory to bring 10 or 15 people who have nothing to do with the transportation. We are talking about transportation service. We know that there are specified people who can come for the transportation service and can work on it. But don't bring 5 or 6 nurses from different units to discuss the situation of the transportation. They have nothing to do with this. You will consume their time, you will waste their time, and they will just come attend and do nothing for you. So step number 2, consider who should be involved in your meeting. And in the invitation, while you are sending the meeting invitation to the people, consider the hierarchy of the organization. For example, you might be not authorized to send invitation to the CEO or the hospital director, right? So in the invitation, you need to do the invitation according to the level of the authority you have and according to your communication situation or your authority line that you have and you hold in the hospital. Number 3, stick to the agenda. And this is the rule of the leader or the one who have invited the people to this meeting should be going through the agenda of the meeting. If you have 5 items in your agenda, go through the items. Don't let the people take the initiative and lead the meeting by their own speech or by their own topics. If you are discussing the issue of the falling down prevention and how we can control the falls in one unit, don't let the people in this meeting talk about the new adjustment or the new rules of the marketing, or don't let the people talk about some social incidences outside the hospital. So overall, as the one handling the meeting, the one responsible for this meeting, don't let the people go outside your agenda. Stuck to your agenda, and make sure that the people are discussing what is only in this agenda. And here, actually, most of the times, the quality staff and the admin staff in the meetings will do what we called it the tracking of the meeting. أخ حسن، تقريبا احنا 10 دقائق إن شاء الله وبنخلص. Also, number 4 is to keep the meeting moving. Don't allow one individual to monopolize the conversation. You know, this is the common, what we called it the one-man show. And those people are usually, you know, just only they need to take the show, and they need just to appear that they are the one manipulating or monopolizing the conversation. It is not a one-man show. You are the one who invited to this meeting, and you are responsible to manage the meeting and to give an equal chances to the people to discuss and talk and speech in this meeting. It is not a one-man show. Even you, as the one who invited the people to this meeting, don't act that you are the only one who is talking in this meeting. Number 5 is to start on time and end on time. Don't delay the start if not all the attendees are there. Do not conduct the meeting for longer than 60 minutes. Right? In some situation, we might accept expanding the meeting for more than 60 minutes by 10, 15 minutes more. But don't always expand your meetings more than 60 minutes, because more than 60 minutes can actually distract the work of the other people. If you have, imagine yourself, you have invited 10 or 20 people in your meeting, and you have expanded the time of the meeting to more than 60 minutes or for 2 hours, for example. What they will do in their areas, or who will cover their absences while they are with you in the meeting. So overall, be efficient as much as you can. Save the time, save the effort of the people, save the resources of your hospital by saving the time of the people. Clear? Number 6 is ban technology. Do not allow attendees to use their phone or computers unless it is directly involved with the information in the meeting. And this is something really you have to consider it in your meeting. Number 7, the leader must follow up. It is important to send out the minutes or the highlights of the meeting to all who attended and others that need to have the information, including any team members. In any meeting, you have to send the invitation, agenda, and after the meeting, you have to write down the meeting, the minutes of the meeting, and share it with the people who have attended the meeting. And the most useful recommendation for the minutes meeting is to send it within 24 hours after your meeting, with the assignments and tasks that were assigned to the people in this meeting. Before the meeting, assure that everyone who is to attend the meeting is aware of the time and the place. Make it clear that this meeting will be in the meeting room of ground floor or meeting room in the first floor. Locate the place of the meeting clearly in the invitation. Ask attendees to let you know ahead of time if they are not going to be able to attend the meeting or not. Don't do a short notice for your invitations. Don't send one day back or 24 hours before the meeting. Give a chance to the people to arrange their schedules and their time so they can attend with you. Members have their presentations ready before the meetings, and this should be sent to you. If in case you are going to present something in this meeting, ask the people to send their presentations. Prepare yourself, prepare your presentations before the meeting. You can even simulate the presentations before starting the meeting, so you can make the meeting fruitful and very efficient meeting. During the meeting itself, begin the meeting on time, even if individuals are not there yet. Assure that the attendees all have a copy of the agenda, or that it is posted to that they can all see the agenda. If you have a quorum, what's the meaning of the quorum? You have any idea, guys? What do we mean by quorum? Excuse me, my voice is clear or no? Can you hear me? Okay, let's have a break for the prayer time. And then we will be back, okay? Okay, just before we start, please go through the questionnaire that was sent in the chat box by the organizers for the course evaluation, please. الإخوان المنظمين، رابط الاستبيان تبع الكورس لو سمحتوا على الشات. Okay, can we start again? So before the break, we were talking about the effective meeting and how to do the effective meeting, and we reached to this point. Please, before my sound is clear. Okay. So we reached to this point during the meeting, how we need to manage the situation in the meeting. And I used to say that begin the meeting on the time. Okay. Begin your meeting on the time, and even if individuals are not there yet, assure that the attendees all have a copy of the agenda, so they know what they are going to discuss. During the first 5 to 10 minutes in the meeting, present your agenda in front of the people, or print it and distribute it to the people in the table, so they can know what they are going to discuss and what are the expected discussions in this meeting. Also, I said that during the meeting you should have a quorum, and I asked you if you know what is the meaning of quorum. Have anyone any idea about the quorum? What do we mean by quorum? Meeting quorum? Thank you. The minimum number of people needed to be in the meetings. Yes. النصاب. نصاب الاجتماع، او اللي هو العدد المطلوب، اقل عدد من الاشخاص اللي يكونوا موجودين في الاجتماع. The minimum number of people who should attend in order to start the meeting. Most of the recommendations are telling that 60% rather than the chairman of the meeting, rather than the one who invited the people. 60% of the invited people should attend there in this meeting. And this also is one of the things that the chairman or the one who invited the people to the meetings should make sure that the people are there to attend 60% and more. And sometimes in other hospitals, or in some hospitals, they are asking for 75% of the people to be there in the meeting. Anyway, the quorum should be there. The minimum number of the people who should attend should be there. You can also start with the approval of the previous minutes of meeting. And in the coming slide, I will explain to you what is the meaning of minutes of meeting. But in summary, the minutes of meeting is the summary of the action task discussions that were taken in the previous meeting. In some situations, you might have a continuation of the meetings, like meeting number 1, meeting number 2, meeting number 3. Now, if you are in the second meeting or in the third meeting in the cycle of the meetings, you have to provide the minutes of meeting, and we will go through the minutes of meeting and how even we can write the minutes of meeting. So here is the meaning of meeting minutes and documentation. The major rule of meeting minutes is to make things documented in a paper, make things documented on or recorded on a computer or even a paper. اللي هو بالعربي محضر الاجتماع. كل اجتماع لازم يكون في له محضر الاجتماع بيلخص النقاشات والمهام أوكلت لمين ومين المسؤول عن تطبيق هذه المهام. In the minutes meeting, you will show the summary of the previous meeting, what were the discussions in the last meeting, what you have assigned in the previous meeting to the people, what they are going to do, and what are the items to be done, and who should do those items. Following the meeting, the best practice is to send the attending members and others appropriate a summary of the meeting or the meeting minutes within 24 hours after the meeting itself. Any question? Okay. In reality, a more manageable manageable time frame for the minutes meeting would be within a week. Dispensing the minutes in a timely fashion ensures sharper memory and greater accuracy. Deadline for each task to be included. Yes, in the minutes of in the meeting minutes, the golden rule to follow when writing a minutes is to close the loop. Close the loop means that you will put a task or a discussion done by whom and who is responsible to perform it as a task. If the reader can read the minutes section and then say to themselves, and this means that the loop has not been closed. The summary of this meeting through the minutes meeting should be very informative. The minutes meeting can give anyone the impression about the meeting. And if you want to know if your minutes meeting was effective, if you give this minute meeting to someone who did not attend the meeting, he will or she will understand exactly what were the discussions of this meeting and what were the concluded actions or tasks that were discussed in this meeting. This is what do we mean by minutes meeting. By the way, the minutes meeting should be shared with the team who attended the meeting and some other people who should know about this meeting. Example, you are the director of nursing. You have done a meeting with your leaders in the nursing department, but you did not include the hospital leader or the hospital CEO because he is not like he was not free to attend or he was busy that time. So you prepare the minutes meeting. Even if the CEO did not attend, you can share with him as a director of nursing the minutes meeting so he can read the summary of the meeting and he can keep himself updated about what happened in the nursing department or in the nursing meeting. Clear? Just an example of the minutes meeting and how we should have the minutes meeting. As you can see here, the agenda item that were discussed, the appropriate minutes on the right side. The one in the middle, this is an example of inappropriate minutes, but go to the right side. This is the appropriate minutes. Like, for example, the agenda item was a quality dashboard. The one on the right side, the appropriate minutes is quality dashboard was presented. See the attachment. There was no discussion concerning the dashboard, or might be we have one question. If someone of the attendees is not able to come, he has to send a representative. Yes, this is also in the rules of the meetings. And again, this can vary according to each hospital setting. Some hospitals have a clear policy that if you are invited to the meeting and you are not able to attend, you should send someone to represent you in this meeting. So again, in the minutes meeting, the discussion will be, first of all, you will put quality dashboard, for example, as an item you have discussed. In the extreme right side, the quality dashboard was presented. See the attachment, discussion concerning the fall rate being above the benchmark. Continue to monitor and discuss again at the October meeting. So this is what we are doing in the minutes meeting. You will put the agenda, you will put the discussions, and if there was an action or summary of action, you will put those actions in the form of action plan. Action number 1, number 2, number 3 assigned to XYZ, and the time frame of the presentation or the time frame of implementing those tasks and those actions. Do you have any question? Please feel free to ask. No questions, we can proceed. يا جماعة المحاضرة ما خلصت للساعة 11 إن شاء الله بنخلص. باقي إن شاء الله. طيب, can we start? Okay. The next topic in our agenda or in our lectures of today is the code of conduct. And in this part, I think many of you have heard about this concept, and some of you maybe are not aware about the concept of code of conduct. Let's just go through the code of conduct. What do we mean by code of conduct, and why it is one of the essentials in the healthcare administration? Maybe it is a policy, sometimes it's a program, sometimes some hospitals, they are assigning the people to sign a clearance or acknowledgement that they have read the code of conduct and they are obligated to comply with the code of conduct in the hospital. And in some hospitals, there is a specified medical code of conduct for the medical team, or medical bylaws, they called it. All those are kind of documents that give the rules and regulations how you are conducting your duty, or how you will attend your duty, and how is your performance, and how is your commitment in the hospital. Soon as I start explaining to you the concept of code of conduct, you will understand me exactly. You will find that this was one of the major items in your hospital, but maybe with a different names. So in this lecture, we are going to discuss the items as follow: an introduction to the code of conduct, the clinical code of conduct, and general code of conduct. Does anyone have any idea what is the meaning of code of conduct? Try to share with me your answers, please. Tell me, what is code of conduct? The sound is clear or interrupted. الصوت واضح يا اخوان ولا في مشكلة؟ تمام. Again, anyone have any idea about code of conduct? What do we mean by code of conduct? Okay, we will introduce to you the code of conduct. Rule, add s, rules, maybe, yes. خطط. Is there any alternative name? Maybe the ethical framework, maybe. The rules and regulation of the duty, maybe, also. The standards of operation sometimes can be called, yes. Let's start. Passing rules and guidelines of the institution clinically and administratively, yes. The code of conduct is a branch of philosophy dealing with the standards of conduct and moral judgment in the hospital. دستور العمل داخل المنشأة الصحية، القواعد والأساسيات اللي يجب أن تتبع في العمل داخل المنشأة الصحية. The rules and regulation, how you will attend and conduct your duty in the hospital, and why it is something crucial in the hospital. In each hospital, there should be a code of conduct, because the major difference between us and any other organizations, rather than the healthcare organizations, factories are dealing with the production of products. Like information technology, they are dealing with technology and softwares, hardwares, but we are dealing with the human beings. We are dealing with patients, people. So we should have a code of conduct. This code of conduct is equal to the laws and regulation of your hospital, how the pharmacist should do his job or her job, how the physician should act, and what are the things to be done by the physician, what are the things that should not be done by the physician. All of those are under the umbrella of code of conduct with a different specialty. There is another concept, like it is directly attached to the code of conduct, which is ethics, a system of moral standards and values. What is legal is almost always ethical. Code of conduct are the ethical rules for all the staff, medical and non-medical, by the Ministry of Health and Saudi Council. Very comprehensive answer. Thank you. So, what is the applicability of this code of conduct? The code of conduct will be applied all over the healthcare organizations and among all the staff, either clinical and non-clinical staff. And if you ask me, what is why do I need to put a code of conduct for example, for the support service team or for the HR team? Because the healthcare organization is a multidisciplinary team. This multidisciplinary team can affect the final picture of the care delivered to the patient. And you have to look for this part in a very sensitive way of thinking. If you will tell me, or if I will give you an example, do you think the housekeeper in the hospital can affect the cycle or can affect the quality of care of the patient? Yes or no? Yes. So the housekeeper or the security staff can affect the healthcare quality or the quality of care delivered to the patient? Yes. It is a comprehensive effort by all the people in the healthcare organization. So the code of conduct is applied all over the hospital staff members, medical team, nursing, pharmacy team, laboratory radiology, support services, social workers, admin staff, HR, and others. It is not only for the clinical staff. And a very simple and very easy example, if you exclude someone, give me any example. If you will exclude the HR staff from the code of conduct, you will be affected and the quality of care delivered to your patient will be affected. If you have excluded the housekeeper also, your quality of care will be affected. Another example, if the housekeeper are not following the rules and regulation of your hospital, they might spread the infection, they might ignore the cleanliness of the hospital units and department, and this will lead to a very wide spread of infection, and this can affect the quality of care provided to your patients. General rules. The code of conduct, cleaners, HR staff, housekeeper, all is important. All the staff categories in the hospital are important, all, because we are dealing as a teamwork, by the way, and a comprehensive effort of the people. It is not the medical team or it is not the nursing team. No, it is the whole picture of the performance done by every single person in the hospital, even the patient helpers. So the code of conduct is the foundation to the values upheld and practiced by all personnel at the hospital. All employees, without exception, shall adhere to the highest ethical standards of conduct in all professional and business activities and shall act in a manner that enhance the hospital standing as vigorous and ethical contributor within the healthcare professionals and the community. A clear example here. If, for example, if your hospital is working on accreditation standards of SIBAHI or GCI, if you did not teach your security staff how to comply with SIBAHI standard, you will fail in this accreditation. And the code of conduct is much higher than any entity. It is the rules of the hospital, and this should be applied all over the hospital units and departments. Failure in abiding any provision under the code of conduct will result in a management to take a disciplinary action. And we accept the culture of error. We know that errors can happen, but at the same time, we know that errors related to code of conduct should be followed by a disciplinary action. If, for example, let's say, for example, If a nurse administered a medication by a wrong way, we might accept her mistake. But if this nurse admit an ethical issue or an ethical problem, like break down the confidentiality of the patient information, she will be she will have a disciplinary action. She will be punished. Why? Because this is a code of conduct. But at the same time, we are encountering or we are supporting the culture of healthy environment and safe culture. We know that mistakes can happen, but at the same time, we are not allowing mistakes that is related to code of conduct. Because while I'm going through the details of the code of conduct, you will see that the code of conduct is something beyond the skills. It is something about commitment, something about ethics, morals. In general, let's talk about hospital-wide code of conduct. The hospital expects that every employee conduct business fairly, impartially, in an ethical and proper manner, and in full compliance with all applicable laws and regulation and the highest standards of ethical business code of conduct. Example about this statement: all your staff knows exactly that it is required from them to do 8 hours duty per day. For example, if one staff did not show in the um, in the duty and there was no justification for the absence, this violation should be followed by a disciplinary action. Why? Because it is in the code of conduct. But if the same staff have admit a mistake while she is caring about one of her patients, we might search for the reason why she have admit this mistake rather than the code of conduct. She or he knows exactly that I have to attend my duty on time, but for more than 1 week or 2 weeks, he's still coming to the duty late by 30 or 40 minutes daily. This is a code of conduct violation, and this staff should be punished. Okay? All employees shall deal fairly and honestly with those who are affected by our actions and shall treat them as we would expect them to treat us if the situation were reversed. Every employee will promptly report any illegal or unethical conduct to management or ethical appropriate authorities like ethics or security staff ethics committee or security staff or hospital director or quality department. And it is common for us and for any employee that he or she might attend or witness a violation to the ethical or the code of conduct in front of him or her. Imagine yourself working in one unit and you have witnessed someone who is stealing some items from the store of the hospital, and he is or she is a staff. You, as a staff, responsible to report such violation to the code of ethical conduct in the hospital. All employees are committed to maintain an environment in which every individual can work and live without being harassed. Harassment is one of the red lines under the code of conduct. Includes conduct relating to race, color, gender, disability, religion, age, national origin, and additional to the sexual harassment. And all those are very big red lines in the hospital and should be dealt directly with a very firm and strong actions from the management. Now, if we are talking about a non-sexual verbal or physical conduct that affects dignity or shows hostility toward the other staff or other people in the hospital because of the person's gender, can be the basis of a hostile, offensive, or intimidating environment claim. Gender-based conduct also can be one of the red lines that you have to look for and to watch in the hospital, and you have to write it down in your code of conduct and clarify it to the team that you should not deal with any people in any way of discrimination for their genders, cultural background, religious beliefs, and values. The form of abusive written or graphical material like nicknames, negative stereotyping, jokes, or threatening, intimidating, or hostile acts, all are samples of things that you might encounter in your hospital, and you have to deal with them in a very firm and strong personality as a director or as a manager. Clear? Why there are no questions? Is it this much easy, or you are not following the explanation? You don't have any question? Okay, this is great actually. Gives me an impression that I'm doing my homework well. Okay, let's move. Dress code. What is dress code? Have you ever heard about it? What is the meaning of dress code? زي المهني، الالتزام بالزي المعتمد، uniform, scrub, no jeans, specified uniform, yes. Covered shoes, uniform. Dress code is a specified policy in each hospital should be there to recognize what are the the uniforms or what are the accepted dresses in the hospital while you are in the duty. Thank you, Ms. Ghadir. The ID, and I will talk about it in the coming explanation. The ID of the staff, the employment card of each staff is one of the dress code requirements, by the way. Now, dress code in each hospital, they should formulate a dress code policy applied for all staff categories. And in the hospital, we have the clinical and non-clinical staff. All of them should have a clear policy, what is accepted and what is not accepted to be dressed while they are on their duty. Like, for example, physician, nurses, all those clinical staff have a unified and a very well-known dress code. Like for nursing team, they should wear their uniforms. Imagine yourself, you are a patient in a hospital, and then you find a nurse who's coming with a jeans and a t-shirt to the duty. What do you do? What will you do for such observation? Simply, you will stop her. You tell her, no needs. Thank you. I don't want you to care about me. Please bring me a nurse. Sir, I am a nurse. No, please. You are not. You are not a nurse. Simply, just because he is not complied to the dress code, or even let's move to the higher level. In some hospitals, actually, they are always applying the white lab coat for the physicians. No physicians allowed to go through their patient rooms or patient care area without their lab coat, the white lab coat. And imagine yourself that you are coming, or you are in a hospital, admitted in one hospital, and you find someone who is not wearing
a white lab coat coming inside your room and telling you that I am the physician. Come on, where is your lab coat? Where is, give me one clue only can show me that you are a physician, right? So the dress code is a specified policy, should be created by each hospital about what is accepted and what is not accepted to be dressed by the staff. And for the non-clinical staff as well, it is the hospital policy that should show the people what are the things accepted. Like, for example, all non-clinical staff, the frontliners, the receptionist, the customer service, the human resources, they should follow the dress code of the national dress code, which is like, for example, the thob and the shmagh for Saudi staff. This is also can be written or can be specified in the dress code of the dress code policy of the hospital. Now, there is a major part in the dress code policy should be monitored by whom? By the administrators in the hospital and the HR department, the human resources department. The administrators, while they are doing their rounds, they should observe the people who are committed to the dress code. The administrators have the right to stop anyone. The managers, also the hospital director, the human resources staff are also responsible to monitor the dress code compliance by the physician, nurses, pharmacists, lab technician, radiology people, or other non-clinical staff. Clear? All staff is required to display on their upper dress shirt identity card showing their clear identity card. Dress code compliance should be monitored by HR department. QI team also have a role to monitor and to observe the violations, and all the violations should be reported to each head of department so he or she will take an action about any violation in the dress code. My advice, my own advice to you and to your colleagues in any hospital, please act in the maximum professional conduct concerning the dress code in your hospital according to your policy, because we are in the top level of humanity once we are dealing with the patients. We are not in a factory, we are not in a company, we are dealing with patients. So we should comply with 100% with the dress code that is accepted by our hospital or our healthcare organization, because we have a specific task that we are dealing with human beings and patients. Was this clear or do you have any question? So another type of conduct, another type of code of conduct that we have to talk about it briefly. I will not go deep. Code of conduct between male and female. We are in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it is very crucial from us to comply and to follow the cultural values and beliefs of our country, as well the hospital policy. So the code of conduct between male and female is very clear. Do your professional part as a person in the acting in the hospital or doing your job in the hospital. It is very clear rules. You have to commit and to comply with it. And this is one of the critical items that should be supervised and observed by the hospital directors as well. Sometimes the security staff have some rule in this code of conduct related to male and female conduct. Conflict of interest. Have you ever heard about it? Can anyone tell me anything about conflict of interest? مصالح مشتركة، تضارب مصالح. What do you think? لا مسؤولية لا. Conflict of interest. Conflict of interest. Have anyone heard about conflict of interest? Can anyone give me any example? Again, conflict of interest. Anyone have any idea about conflict of interest? عطاءات الأجهزة. This is a very dangerous situation. Personal interest affect their own judgment. المحاضرة لازم يكون فيها البحث. أخ حسام إيش المقصود بس؟ It is the different view or reasons for a personal interest or situation that will harm another decisions as an effect. Discrimination لا. تضارب المصالح الشخصية مع المنظمة. طيب. I'm fine with your answers. I will just give you an example. الجوانب المالية والتعامل معها. Yes. طيب. I will give you one example. تداخل القرارات بين إدارتين أو أكثر لتحقيق مصلحة الاثنتين دون الأخرى. Might be yes. إذا كان الموظف يعمل في الإمداد ولديه شركة طبية المواد الطبية هذا يعتبر conflict of interest. Corruption and conflict of interest. Yes. Okay. Let me just give you an example. اخ حسام انا مش فاهم ايش الكونسيرن تبعك. لازم يكون اخلاء مسؤوليه في انه محتوياتها غير مقتبسه. One employee works in the morning in a public sector lab and works in the evening in a private sector laboratory where the salary he gets may be higher. This employee may encourage customers to go to the private sector's lab interest. Yes. Yes, this is a great example. Another example, I will just briefly talk about it. Imagine if I'm talking about myself, I am the education manager in Hospital X, and I have attended all the courses that were provided in the hospital for this year. What do you think? I am putting my benefits in front of the hospital benefits, right? So I'm benefiting from the position that I am holding. This is a very simple brief about the conflict of interest. A situation in which a person is in a position to derive personal benefits from actions or decisions made in their official capacity. Or if I am managing one department, or if I am a CEO in the hospital, and I am benefiting from business trips in for like conferences or for recruitment trips, all those can be considered as conflict of interest because I have derived my benefits front of the organization benefits. Okay. Now, I need to understand, is the hospital responsibility to overcome any arise conflict of interest? And there should be a clear rules sometimes, or some organizations or some hospitals have a clear or a dedicated or a designated audit team or audit department that can track those items. Or some hospitals have what they call it the legal department or the legal people who can. Yes. معلش المثال اللي اعطيتني اياه انه مسؤول عن التدريس. Yeah, someone who is responsible for education department, and he is attending all the courses that were prepared, or all the courses that were organized in the hospital. This is also an example of the code of conduct. Sorry, conflict of interest. I will give you the problem. Where is the issue? And I will explain it in Arabic just for a while. جميع الكورسات المعطاة على مدار السنة، هل هي خاصة بالإدارات الطبية والتمريضية والصيدلانية والمختبر والأشعة والأشياء هذه؟ مسؤول التعليم في المستشفى مطلوب منه يحضر جميع الكورسات، يأخذ فيها شهادات حضور مثلا. في بعض الكورسات وبعض النشاطات التدريبية اللي موجودة في المستشفى ممكن تكون مدفوعة الأجر، يعني المستشفى بيدفع على الموظفين علشان يحضروا هذه الكورسات. هل مدير التعليم مثلا مطلوب منه انه يحضرها كامله؟ لا، هي غالبا راح تكون خارج الاختصاص تبعه اصلا. والاجراءات او اللي هي النشاطات التعليميه غالبا راح تكون باختصاصات مختلفه. ممكن تكون في نشاطات طبيه او في نشاطات تمريضيه او صيدلانيه مثلا. فمسؤول التعليم انا از اكزامبل انا اعطيت بس انه حضوره لهذه النشاطات كامله على مدار السنه هو عباره عن conflict of interest. This is a different part. اذا بدي يحضر كمراقب او كمحفز اعطيني دوكيمنت انك انت حضرت كمراقب. يعني انت بتعمل ايفالويشن او بتعمل تقييم للمحاضرات، اعطيني دوكيمنت. واذا كان اكسبتد من قبل هي اداره المستشفى اوكي. ولكن غالبا النشاطات التعليميه الاصل تكون نشاطات اختصاصيه. وممكن يحضر مثلا كواليتي امبروفمنت كورس، مثلا داتا اناليسيز كورس، بس ممكن يروح يحضر مثلا كورسز لها علاقه باللي هي بالاندوسكوبي، او انهانسنج اللي هي السيفتي اوف اللي هي مثلا السيرجريز او اللي هي البروسيجرز اللي بتنعمل في العمليات مثلا. فعلشان هيك احنا اعطيناك اكزامبل. الفكره في الكونفليكت اوف انترست انه لازم انت كشخص مسؤول في مكانك ما تستفيد او ما تنتفع من البوزيشن تبعك لمنفعه شخصيه. واضح؟ كلير؟ اوكي. A clear, safe way of reporting should be applied so the staff can report any condition similar to conflict of interest in the hospital. One of the most important topics that can be utilized by the hospital, we are always telling that anonymous reporting is one of the great options in your hospital that can enhance the reporting of such sensitive situations in your hospital. Clear? Another kind of code of conduct, which is the disclosure of information. And this is mainly related to either the medical team or the non-medical team. And in the both areas, medical team and non-medical team, they have a very critical responsibility here, how to save and to protect the information of either the patient information or the hospital information. I will give two examples. If you are a physician and your patient, for example, asked you to not break down the confidentiality of his disease to any one of his family member. At this time, you as a physician should respect the patient and should comply with the disclosure of information code of conduct. Why? Because the patient asked you not to break down any confidentiality about his disease. And we have, like, this is one of the very common things that might happen in the healthcare organization. You might find out a patient who is newly diagnosed with any disease, and he don't want any one of his family members to know about it. As a physician, you have to comply with his request, and also as a physician, you should comply with the hospital policy of not disclosing the information of the patient. You need to keep all confidential, and this is patient's right. Exactly. Another example for the disclosure of information, if we are talking about a finance staff or account staff who is working in the finance department and knows the details and the secrets of the financial status of the hospital, also is not allowed to break down the confidentiality of all those informations, because he is not allowed to break such critical information outside the hospital or some other entities outside the hospital. By the way, most of the hospitals nowadays are, upon hiring, they will give the staff what we call it confidentiality acknowledgement. Each staff should sign a paper, and most of the hospitals nowadays are posting this confidentiality statement or confidentiality acknowledgement in the personal file of each employee, that I have read the policy. I agree that I will not break down the confidentiality of any information in the hospital or patient information according to my career or according to my scope. Clear? Okay. Do you think gifts are allowed? This is one of the most, like, this is one of the dilemmas in the healthcare organizations, and even in anywhere actually, depend on the occasion. Okay, let's have one example. I have provided my manager a gift and he approved my vacation next day. What do you think? Some patients can give doctors as appreciate their care like a flower or card. Rashwa. So this is the kind of gifts we are talking about. If this gift have a purpose behind or a benefit behind, this means that this is not allowed. And each policy or each hospital have their own criteria, what is not accepted and what is accepted, right? Or imagine a company representative who's coming to one of the purchasers in the hospital, provided him with a very huge or very like a prestigious gift. Then after a while, we found out that this purchaser is always dealing with one company only. This is also not allowed. The other type of gifts, the appreciation gifts, the hospital director himself might give an appreciation gift to the high performance staff, or the patient can also serve a gift for a clinician, a nurse, a physician, a pharmacist, a lab technician who is doing his job in like in a humanity way, or
the patient felt that this physician is outstanding physician, so I need to appreciate him by a gift. Overall, there should be a clear policy about what is allowed and what is not allowed as a gift. Close control and close monitoring should be applied. Uh, uh, yes, it depends on the situation. يعني ممكن إذا كانت الهدية من المريض مثلا للطبيب بعد نجاح عملية مثلا معينة، هذه اتس اوكي اكسبتد. بس احنا بنحكي عن نوعيات هدايا هيك مشبوهة فيها، يعني هيك مثلا انا جيت اعطيت مديري مثلا هدية ساعة، وثاني يوم اعطاني ابروفل على 35 او 45 يوم اجازة مثلا بدل 30 يوم فور اكزامبل. هذه هدية وهذه شيء ثاني. لا ما بيأثر على الحضور، عادي ما في مشكلة. اوكي. Strong camera system should be in place to monitor such cases. Availability of medical representative within the hospital premises is not allowed, and this is one of the critical situations that we have to look for. We will stop here. We have 15 minutes discussion, and then we will continue because I don't want you to go through a very loaded schedule of lectures. So please, now we have 15 minutes discussion. If you have any question or any queries, go ahead, ask me anything you want to ask. Otherwise, we will be back at 8:30. Okay. Please, again, if you have any question or any clarification, please write it in the chat box, or otherwise we'll be back at 8:30. Okay, can we start? Okay. So we were in the code of conduct, and we've just finished with the gifts issues, and then we need to move to the customer service and satisfaction, or customer or patient satisfaction. Every employee shall promote relationships based on mutual trust and respect, and shall provide an environment in which individuals may question a practice without fear of adverse consequences. If we will go back 5 or 10 years back, this concept of customer service or customer satisfaction was something that is related to non-healthcare organizations, or the organizations that are rather than the hospitals or healthcare facilities. But maybe 5 to 10 years back, this concept started to go through the scope of the healthcare administration, similar to the other organizations rather than the healthcare. And nowadays, most of the hospitals are teaching and training, and they are doing some uh, educational activities for their staff, starting from the medical team, nursing, non-medical team as well, how to keep your customers or your patients satisfied. So, in even nowadays, this part is from the hospital code of conduct in some hospitals. Like the customer should be served in a way that they will express their satisfaction after they have received the care in your hospital or in your healthcare organization. And this is why the customer satisfaction is one of the code of conduct in the hospitals. Problem solving is the process of taking corrective action in order to meet customer satisfaction as an ultimate goal for the hospital or the healthcare organization. Problem solving follows the steps in the problem solving process and the responsibility of every employee in the hospital: the physician, the nurse, the receptionist, the non-clinical staff, all those people, the lab technician, the radiology technician, all those people should have what we called it a problem solving skills, so they can deal with angry patient or with those people who are not satisfied with the services provided in your hospital. And this will be reflected all over the satisfaction level of your patient in the hospital. Every employee has to believe in customer satisfaction concept, and this satisfied and that the satisfied customers are essential to our success in the healthcare organization. This can be achieved by understanding what the customer requires and delivering it flawlessly. Every employee has the responsibility to protect all customers and supplier assets and use them only for appropriate and approved activities. Computer use code of conduct, and this is also emerging in the healthcare organization or in the healthcare administration. Why? Because most of the hospital nowadays are depending on an what we called it an electronic medical files system or electronic documentation system in their hospitals. So what they have to do now, they need to create a code of conduct of using the system and the computer system in your hospital. Like, users are ultimately responsible for any and all users, their computers account, and the privacy of their account should not be breached to others. Users should maintain secure password for all accounts assigned to them. Users should take precautions against other obtaining unauthorized access to their computing resources. For example, you find out that there is a medical representative or a company representative coming in the hospital or coming in one unit, and he or she have an access to the hospital system. or even imagine an insurance representative who is having an access to the system of the hospital. All those are a break of the code of computer conduct. Also, specifically, accounts must not be used for private consulting or for any form of direct or indirect personal financial gain, for example, like stock market. In the code of computer conduct in the hospital, staff are not allowed to use those hospital computers or those networks in the hospital for their own personal chatting or social media approaching for fun or for just like wasting the time while they are on the duty. And this is one of the essential things that should be also encountered or monitored in your hospital. Telephone code of conduct. There is telephone code of conduct, and we just started our day today by communication, and telephone is one of the tools in the hospital, or actually it is one of the essential tools in the hospital, especially the landline or the extensions that being used in the units and in the different units and departments. Everyone is responsible for answering the phone as quickly as possible after a maximum of 3 rings, and this should be tracked by the hospital administrators. The telephone is one of the links that the hospital has to the public, and therefore it's extremely important that each caller be treated with politeness and courtesy regardless of the nature of the call. The responsibility of the employee who answers the phone call, if he is not if he is not the required person, is to forward the call or to notify this to the person who was required by this call. Telephones are for business purposes only in the hospital. It is not for personal chit-chatting or personal conversations with friends, colleagues, or family outside the hospital. Mobile phone, there should be a clear policy and a clear instruction from the hospital management and through the code of conduct that mobile phones are not allowed to be in the front line of the patient or in front of the patient. Imagine yourself walking in a hospital and the people are using their cell phones while they are doing their duties. Your impression to this hospital will be very poor. So this is why telephones code of conduct can cover also the item of mobile phones conduct. Visitors, also under the code of conduct, visitors is considered as anyone who is coming to visit someone in the hospital. No visitors are allowed on nights or weekends without prior permission from the department head or according to the visiting hours, and each hospital have its own policy of visiting. If a problem arises, security will be contacted and will be attending any issue in the complaints or any issue related to aggression behavior between visitors and staff. Building access, and this is one of the most important thing as well under the code of conduct. Imagine yourself in your hospital. Not all nowadays, some of the hospitals are applying what we call the access doors or the security areas, like the server rooms or the generator rooms are not accessible by anyone. This should be through a dedicated access card or a dedicated access fingerprint that some people can go in, some people cannot access, and this also will be one of the code of conduct in your hospital and should be monitored by either the security department or the administrators of the hospital. Conflict management, this should be one of the essential things because conflicts can arise between either staff to staff or staff to patient or staff to families members. So you have to instruct your staff how to manage the conflict, like being calm and encourage the client to express their concern and their complaints. Avoid arguing, criticizing, or defending yourself in front of the angry patient or the angry visitors. Involve the client's family, and other healthcare team in the issue. assigning or assisting you to solve the situation with the minimal harm or with the minimal consequences. State the abusive language and behaviors are unacceptable from you are as a healthcare staff in the hospital. Handling inappropriate behaviors of staff, again, you should clarify to your staff through the code of conduct that there is a clear policy whenever you have encountered any issue with any staff to raise this point direct to your supervisor. Your supervisor is responsible to raise it to the HR department. The HR department are the one to deal with such situation, and no need to just only try to solve the issues by yourself, because you will be totally in a wrong way, and sometimes this will lead you to fall in some other problems or other consequences that you don't need to go through. Was this clear to you, or you have any question for the code of conduct and ethical conduct? Clear. So we will have also 15 minutes just for a topic that is most likely attached to the code of conduct and is one of the essential topics also in the hospital. And I will just go quickly about it. And within 15 to 20 minutes maximum, we have one comment here. النقاط واضحة، لكن للأسف الآن هذا مع الرد الآلي صار من جد مشكلة في معظم الإدارات. الرد الآلي المقصود فيه الاتصال أو الرد الآلي في الاتصالات. يعني it depends on the shape of the management, the style of the management that is applied in the hospital itself. يعني sometimes some managers will not allow such اللي هو الرد الآلي يكون موجود، وفي ناس ممكن إنه يعتبروه أصلا ممنوع تطبيقه في المنشأة أو في المستشفى. حتى even لو كان في رد آلي في process how to monitor البيشنت، إنه was this patient satisfied ولا لا. Any other question? طيب, the other topic will be the ethical framework. It is actually very close to the code of conduct, but here I just will go through some items that we need to understand it. Mainly it is related to values and some definitions actually that are applied in the healthcare setting. Um, um, Once we will go through it, you will understand the concept, how it is linked to the code of conduct. So in brief, we will have inshallah 15 to 20 minutes maximum discussion about the ethical framework. I just want you just to try to maximize your attention in the ethical framework, especially the concepts that are available in the ethical framework, because you will face them many times in your daily activity in the hospital or daily practice while you are doing your job in the healthcare organization. Inshallah, 2 minutes and we will start. بينقص المباشرة. Okay, can we start? Okay. A while ago, we started our discussion about the code of conduct. The similar concept and the similar or the parallel program in the hospital will be the ethical framework. Ethical framework, I just want you to understand one thing. Ethical framework also is a document similar to the code of conduct. So both of them will be either a program or a policy in your hospital, and this program and policy are applied all over the hospital settings for all the staff, the medical and non-medical team, or clinical, non-clinical team as well. Now, as an administrator in the healthcare organization, you need to make sure that the ethical framework is applied the same way how the code of conduct is applied. We will, in this lecture, we will have a brief about the introduction to the ethics and how to formulate your ethical framework in the hospital, then how to monitor the ethical framework implementation in your hospital. Those are the concepts that we are dealing with. Once we are talking about ethics, what do we mean by ethics? الأخلاقيات. أخلاقيات العمل، أخلاقيات المهنة، أخلاقيات الطب، أخلاقيات الرعاية الصحية. Ethics is about what is good or bad, right or wrong for individual and society, and has been defined as system of moral principles or standards governing the conduct. So it is the standards or the right things that should be applied to your patient, to your colleagues, to your employees in the hospital or in the healthcare organization. أخلاقيات العمل. نعم. Now, bioethics is another concept, and this is mainly related to branch of ethics, but it is about the studies, the ethical moral issues related to biology and medicine. And it is also moral understanding as it relates to medical policies, practices, and research. Also, clinical ethics is the ethical issues and dilemmas that arise in the care or treatment of individual identified patients as well. In addressing clinical ethics issues, healthcare professionals should consider the specific duties they have to identify patients, such as those related to confidentiality, disclosure of information, consent related. So clinical ethics mainly will be the major part of the medical team, the physicians, and the nursing team as well. Hospital ethics is the wide hospital ethics or the wide hospital effort to define its own mission and core values, identify areas in which important values come into conflict, and seek the best possible resolution of those conflicts among the hospital settings and departments. Please do upload these lectures on YouTube as it is very educational to new generation. This is related to the organizers. Also, in the ethical framework, I need to define the autonomy, the beneficence, and non-maleficence, justice as well. Autonomy. What do we mean by autonomy? autonomy بالعربي ايش معناها؟
autonomy بالعربي ايش ممكن نلاقي لها معنى؟ autonomy in Arabic anatomy هذيك autonomy. What do you think? What do you mean by autonomy? ممكن يكون معناها الاستقلالية، الحرية في اتخاذ القرار، الاستقلالية، استقلال الرأي. Yes. Autonomy most likely related to the ability and the freedom to take the decision. Okay. Autonomy should be applied on patient. The patient have the right to take his own decision about his care or about his treatment, but with one single condition, which is the full explanation about the situation. Beneficence also is another concept that we need to look about it. Once we are talking about helping the patient advance his or her own good, the patient have the right to انه يفضل اللي هو الفائده، فائده المريض، انه هو المريض له الحق ايضا في انه يحقق الفائده المرجوه من الرعايه تبعته، المنفعه. نعم. This is beneficence. Non-maleficence, once you are applying no harm to your patient, once you are really protecting your patient while they are in the healthcare organization. Justice is a very known concept. Once we are talking about to be fair and treat like cases alike. Justice, the brief about justice, if you are doing 100 cases of appendectomy, for example, all those cases should be done by the same skills, by the same machines, devices, and technologies. This is how you are dealing with your patient in a justice. Okay. Now, let's move to how we will formulate our, or what are the content of our ethical framework. As you can see here, starting from the beginning, you will write in each ethical framework in your hospital or in your healthcare organization, you should state at the beginning a purpose of this ethical framework. Why do we need to have this ethical framework? Then you need to clarify what are the objectives of your ethical framework. Then ethical culture and environment. You should write down the policy, what is not allowed and what is allowed. الاخوان الاورجنايزرز اذا ممكن رابط الاستبيان. Okay. Also, you can mention the principles of your ethical framework and then the procedures, and we will go through them one by one. In the purpose line or in the purpose paragraph, you have to develop a common approach to facilitate, enhance, and guide ethical decision making. Okay, this is an example. What are the purpose of our ethical framework and the practice that applies to both clinical and non-clinical areas or services in your hospital? Number one. Number two, in the purpose, also, you can write a purpose like to guide decision making, judgment, and problem solving process. This is also a purpose for the ethical framework. A guide to help individuals and teams have effective conversations to find ethical solutions to difficult problems, and a proper to engage in discussions with patients, clients, families, and the staff in a very respectful way, and saving or securing the dignity of our patient as well. A resource to help provide some clarity around most situations of ethical uncertainty related to principles of patient autonomy, justice, confidentiality, safety, and honesty. Now we end up with a purpose. Now let's move to the objectives of the ethical framework. What can be the objectives of the ethical framework in your hospital? Objectives like increasing the awareness of understanding of the ethical dimensions in your hospital. If your staff have read the ethical framework, by the end of their reading, they will increase their awareness and understanding about the ethical dimensions. They will start knowing and understanding what is the meaning of ethics. Also, this ethical framework will educate your staff, physicians, and other members about common ethical concerns that might be coming in the healthcare sectors or in the hospital. The other objective of the ethical framework that it will enable the staff, physicians, and administrators to identify the ethical dilemmas and issues related to their daily work and rules. Also, the ethical framework can help the staff, physicians, and administrations to analyze, deliberate, and resolve ethical dilemmas and issues. الإخوان الأورجنايزر please send the رابط الاستبيان تبع الساتسفاكشن على الكورس. طيب لحظة شوي. I will contact the organizers. طيب رابط الاستبيان موجود يا اخوان. شكرا يا اخوان اللي حط الرابط، مشكورين، يعطيكم العافية. Okay. Moving forward, ethical cultural and environment. Ethical culture and environment. It is important that all staff, physicians. هذا الاستبيان حق تقييم الكورس. It is important that all staff, physicians, or other members are empowered to do the right thing and integrate ethics into their daily practice. As an organization that ultimately serves the public good. Okay,
please feel free if you want to stop me for any question in this concern regarding the ethical framework. Any question or anything, please raise your questions and clarifications. So, as an organization that ultimately serves the public good or the patient good benefits, our decision-making process must be transparent and perceived as just. Evidence is clear that organizations that integrate ethics into everyday decision-making through fair process and system provide higher quality service and demonstrate improved employee morale, enhanced productivity, better customer service, higher employee retention, and lower job burnout. The principles, and here in the principles, I will go one by one, and we will look about those principles. As you can see, the autonomy, we said that autonomy is the freedom to take the decision either for the patient or for the staff. But for once we are talking about the autonomy of your patient to decide, you give your patient the full picture about his or her condition, health care, or her medical condition, and then let the patient to decide whether he or she need to continue with the treatment plan or not. Okay. One of the most important thing in this part, I will give you one scenario. You are in the emergency department and you are a physician in the emergency department. Then there is a lady who is pregnant and she is on active labor. She came in the ER and she is in active labor. She is going to deliver her baby. Then she decided to go as against medical advice. She want to leave the hospital. As a physician in the emergency room, what is your rule? What you will do first? Was my question clear, or do you want me to repeat? Check her identification and file number. ممكن مثال مرة ثانية. No, I'm not talking about her identification. There is one patient came in the emergency department. She is pregnant, 9 months pregnant, and she is about to deliver her baby. Then she decided to leave. She said, I want to leave against medical advice. What, or against your order of admission? What is your rule as a physician? We are talking about autonomy. The patient have the right to decide what is his decision about the treatment, right? So try to think with me. As a physician in the emergency room, you face this situation. What you have to do? توقيع المغادرة على مسؤولية المريض. Okay, this is legal part, or this is how to protect yourself. Before protecting yourself, you give the patient the right of autonomy, right? But not even convincing her. لا ما بتكلم معها وبقنعها. The most important thing, thank you, Mr. Abdulaziz. The first answer is explain the complications. Explain the whole picture to the patient and what are the possible consequences that she might encounter if she left the hospital. A clear explanation. Make sure she understands exactly what are the consequences, and then let her decide. Trying to change her mind by describe what could have happened? Yes. So as a physician, because of your ethical framework in the hospital, you know that your patient have the right to decide what is the decision about his or her treatment, but with a full explanation about the consequences that might happen or encountered. Clear? After that, give the patient the right to decide. But don't leave her without any explanation, and then you said she left already according to her decision. She don't want to come in my hospital. No, this is not the way.
Explain to her everything and give her the chance to decide. After that, yes, okay, let her sign the form of DAMA as a legal issue or as a protection for you that she have decided to go on DAMA after the explanation about the situation. Clear? Now, the other concept is the beneficence. And in the beneficence, here we are maximizing the benefits. The patient should get benefit from the treatment he or she is receiving in your hospital. You are bringing this patient for a tonsillectomy. You need to remove the tonsils of this patient. This patient should have her or his tonsils removed clearly with no complications or no problems and will recover soon after the surgery. Similar to the non-maleficence number 3, which is like you are not going to do harm. You will not cause this patient to be in a hospital acquired infection because of the surgery that you have done for your patient. Justice is about you need to do the same procedure for the same category of patient with the same level of care, regardless to their background or regardless to their cultural background or religion or gender or any other factors. You do the same procedure, you treat the same way every time you have a patient in this category. Let's say, for example, any patient who's coming to the ER with asthma, you will treat asthma patient all the same every time they are coming in the emergency room, regardless to their differences in the culture, in the race, in the gender, all are the same. Be honest and nothing but the honesty. Just be honest with your patient. Give the clear picture about your patient, even if you know that the outcome is very poor. Explain to your patient that the outcome might be very poor. Exhibit informed, transparent decision making, and be flexible, evolutionary, and open to new knowledge as a practitioner in the hospital or in the healthcare organization. The hospital operates within this framework to disclose ownership and any conflicts of interest in the practice that you are doing. Honestly, portray its services to patients, protect confidentiality of patient information, provide clear admission, transfer, and discharge policies also, bill accurately for its service, and ensure that financial incentives and payment arrangements do not compromise patient care. Encourage, like, for example, if I am, let's say, if I am in a private hospital, and if my hospital is seeking a poor quality devices for to be used by the patient, rather than this, you are compromising the quality of care you are providing for your patient to maximize your benefits, right? And this is not ethical. Establish a mechanism by which healthcare providers and other staff may report clinical errors and raise ethical concerns with impunity and including disruptive staff behavior related to clinical and or operational issues. There are many instructions within the ethical framework. Relationship, teamwork, and communication. Communication, teamwork, and relationship are valued as important. Ethical aspect is in the, by the way, who is the resource of ethics in each unit or in each department? Who should be the one? What do you think? Was my question clear? Who is the ethical resource for us in the department or in the unit? The leader of our department, yes. everyone, but there is one superstar ethical staff, usually the leader or the director, the head of department. Everyone, yes, but usually the department managers, the leader of the department, the manager of the department, the supervisor of the unit, those people are the resource ethical staff in each department. And they have also, they should act like they are convinced with the concept of ethics, so they can disseminate the message of ethics through the staff, and the staff can act according to their manager or according to their boss culture through ethics. Veracity and disclosure. Veracity is about telling the truth as part of professional contact between the physician and the patient. And this is also, as I told you, one of the most important thing, that as a physician, you have to clarify all the consequences of the treatment. What is the expected outcome from your treatment plan, and your patient should be aware about it. Be honest, even if the outcome is very poor, explain it to the patient or to the family members who are responsible for this patient, and let them know what are the benefits, the risk, and the complications of the medical intervention of this case. Confidentiality and privacy. The example that we gave in the previous lecture about, you might face sometimes someone who don't want to expose himself to his family members, and this is one of the common scenarios in the hospitals. Sometimes you find the father of the family is refusing to get his son or his family members informed about his medical condition or his situation. He don't want anyone to know that he is sick. So it is your role as a physician to protect this this part, and to keep on telling the same consequence of the treatment according to the situation of the patient, unless this patient is becoming worse and he lost his ability to decide. At that time, you should involve someone from his family members in the scenario or in the situation, so he can decide or she can decide according to the relation between him or the father. Fidelity. Fidelity is بالعربي ايش معناها؟ الفضيلة. Is the quality of being faithful or loyal. It includes acting in faith, fulfilling agreements, keeping promises, maintaining relations, and acting in trust and confidence. Abandoning the patient at any stage of the treatment without legitimate reason is a violation of fidelity. One important thing here: if you are dealing with a patient, you promise this patient something, you should give a realistic promise, and you should fulfill this promise. Like, for example, a lot of our patients, sometimes they are very sick in the intensive care units or in the ICUs, and they are asking you, for example, those patients who are smokers, they are asking you when I can smoke. You give him a promise that after 1 week you will be able to go out and you can smoke outside the unit. At that time, you should fulfill your promises, or otherwise don't give fake promises. Don't give promises that you cannot achieve for your patient. So this is one important thing to consider while you are dealing or while you are treating your patients. Justice, very well-known concept. You are all aware about it, and we know how to talk about justice. As I told you before, non-discrimination and justice. Non-discrimination is the opposite. It is the similar definition of justice, but again, deal with your patient as a similar people, similar cases, regardless to their background and their nationalities sometimes. Source of ethical reports, from where we can obtain any sources about ethical issues or ethical reports. Usually you will get those reports from ownership, disclosure of ownership from conflict of interest. Maybe one of your leaders in the hospital will come to you and tell you that I need to disclose that I have abused my authorities to do this and that, and I got some benefits from this. I need to report myself, and this is one of the sources of the ethical reports. Culture of safety also. Culture of safety, I think it was introduced to you by my colleague, Dr. Ahmed, 2 days back, that you enhance a safe culture in your hospital that can encourage the reporting, and the people can report anything at any time without being afraid that we will be under responsibility why we have reported this or why we have reported that. Conflict of management, just culture, yeah. Conflict of management sometimes can give you a clear source of ethical reports. Patient complaints and satisfaction survey comments, all those can also give you sources of ethical reports. OVR system or reporting system or incident reporting system in the hospital can also give you reports about ethical dilemmas or ethical issues in the hospital. Now, it is important for you and for your healthcare organization to have what we called it an ethics committee, and this committee is responsible to discuss the ethical issues in the hospital together with the committee members, and each item brought in this committee should be resolved within a time frame, and a feedback should be given to the involved person in this ethical concern. So ethics committee should be on monthly or quarterly basis, every month or every 3 months, should be headed by the by the medical director of the hospital, and should have a multidisciplinary members discuss the summary of ethical cases that were reported in the hospital system, reports to the hospital management committee or to the hospital director, cover both clinical and non-clinical ethical cases. Do you have any question? I know this was a very rich or a very huge amount of information in this lecture, but sorry, we have to deliver those information because it is similar to the code of conduct, and they are related to each other. So please, if you have any question or any clarification, feel free to ask. No questions, no clarifications?
باقي آخر توبيك، وواحد من أهم التوبكس I think في الكورس بعد الاستراتيجيك بلاننج والاستراتيجيك مانجمنت، اللي هو الترانسفورميشنال ليدرشيب. إن شاء الله 5 minutes and we will start, and this is really is one of the most interesting topics in the healthcare administration. So please, I will give you 5 minutes break just to focus with me in the coming lecture. يا جماعة احنا ما خلصنا، باقي باقي آخر محاضرة. بالنسبة للماتيريال والسلايدز هاي كونتاكت الاورجنايزرز. الساعات حسب الاورجنايزرز الصراحة، هم اللي عندهم الطريقة. أتوقع يومين أو 3 أيام تكون نازلة على السيستم. ما باقي ما خلصنا، آخر محاضرة إن شاء الله 5 دقائق بنبدأ فيها إن شاء الله. باقي آخر محاضرة بعد إن شاء الله 5 دقائق we'll start. باقي المحاضرة باقي ما خلصت. طيب يا اخوان، اذا في حد عنده اي استفسار اي سؤال عن المحاضرات السابقه، عن اليوم او امس، اي question اي clarification, feel free please to write it in the chat box. حتى even any management related questions, anything related to administration also, you can write it in the chat box before we start. طيب, for this last topic, what do you think will be the information we are going to talk about? Have anyone heard about transformational leadership? هذا السؤال لو ما دخلت الدورة يوم من الأيام هل تروح علي الشهادة من عند الأورجنايزرز صراحة. الترانسفورميشنال ليدرشيب, مين عنده فكرة عن الترانسفورميشنال ليدرشيب؟ لا, ليس تبادل المعلومات. هو كونسبت صراحة عبقري جدا في الإدارة. أو مين بيعرف إيش الأوبوزيت كونسبت أوف transformational leadership؟ إيش هو عكس الترانسفورميشنال ليدرشيب؟ Quality is essential part of healthcare. Inspiring others. A close answer. Miss Nawal, quality is essential part of the healthcare administration. عن الكواليتي. لا، هو مش ترانزاكشنال او تراديشنال. هو النقيض او اللي هو الاوبوزيت كونسبت اوف ترانسفورميشنال ليدرشيب. برايفتيزيشن لا. maintain status co-reactive. تأثير وصنع الحس الإداري في الموظفين من بعدك. برضو close answer. proactive لا. using digital maybe. طيب جزئية الكواليتي، أنا بس السؤال المتعلق بالكواليتي يعني أنا تقريبا يعني من خبرة 10 سنوات في مجال الرعاية الصحية في المملكة. الكواليتي is one of the essential things حاليا، وموجودة تقريبا في كل القطاعات الصحية، إن كان العسكرية أو القطاع العام أو البرايفت. وأصلا يعني من أساسيات موضوع الكواليتي إنه وجود مثلا اعتمادية السباهي أو الجي سي آي اكريديتيشن أو السباهي اكريديتيشن، في عندهم سبيشال ستاندردز خاصة بالكواليتي should be applied. ف يعني ممكن على حسب الاريا اللي حضرتك موجوده فيها، ممكن يكون انه الاهتمام واضح في اريا وفي اريا لا، او الكواليتي مش شرط انه الاشخاص يظهروا ويقولوا انه احنا بنشتغل كواليتي. الكواليتي بعدين هي بيرسبشن او امبريشن عن المكان. انت ممكن تلاقي انه كان في مشاكل لها علاقه مثلا بالعدوى، بسقوط المرضى، بتقرحات السرير مثلا، وبدات تتناقص او بشكل تدريجي في المكان بسبب الكواليتي. الكواليتي بيرسبشن، مش فقط انه والله مثلا انا بقول انه في قسم كواليتي او ما في. all are correct answers regarding the transformational leadership. Yes. تمام. الموظفين يتبعوا النظام خوفا من العقاب وليس للمحافظة على جودة العمل. بداية كويس انه في نظام علشان الموظفين يتبعوه، وكويس انهم بيطبقوه حتى لو كانت خوفا. المهم في الاساس انه النظام يطبق، والنظام عادة بيكون بيهتم في الكواليتي. ما دام انه النظام موجود ومطبق، وحتى لو الموظفين بيخافوا من النظام ويطبقوه خوفا من العقاب مثلا، اتس اوكي. ولكن مسؤوليه الكواليتي ستاف انهم يخلوا الكواليتي فريندلي كلتشر موجوده في المكان، والناس بتتبعها بطريقه فريندلي مش خوفا من العقاب. لا ايوه، احنا ما هو احنا في الكوميونيكيشن ليكتشر، انا ايش كنت اهم شغله يمكن ركزت عليها، قلت يا جماعه دونت جامب تو ذا كونكلوجن، ولا تعمل جادجمنت. ليش احنا بنعمم اللي انه ما في نظام ولا عمل، للاسف المبالي والمقصر هو الناجح؟ لا لا، ما يعني خلينا نكون ايجابيين اكثر ما انه نكون احنا بنحكم على الامور بشكل عام، انه لا، انه ما في مثلا كواليتي، او انه ما في نظام او ما في عمل. آه يعني الصوره الاوليه لهذا الموضوع، اذا انا التزمت غيري راح يلتزم، واذا انا بديت بنفسي في الامبروفمنت وفي الكواليتي كونسبت، الناس الثانيه راح تتعلم مني وراح تبدا معي. واذا ما في عندنا يعني ابسط نصيحه احنا ممكن نقدمها لاي حد في الشغل، انه اذا ما عندك كواليتي انت بي ذا تشينج ايجنت. ستارت باي يور سيلف. ابدا بنفسك، انت خليك انت التشينج ايجنت في المكان، وابدا غير وابدا طور. current quality programs care for files not for actual work. انا صراحه against this concept، لانه فعليا اللي انا بشوفه انه لا، الكواليتي از امبيدد في الكلتشر، بس احنا الليفل صار عالي، ليفل الكواليتي تبعنا عالي. يعني ليفل الكواليتي اوف كير على مستوى المملكه. باي ذا واي البانديميك كوفيد 19 اتسلف اكبر دليل على الهاي كواليتي اوف كير في المملكه ككل، باختلاف القطاعات الصحيه. يعني لو اخذنا بالاعتبار اللي صار the issue of COVID pandemic, this was a great example او a great evidence that the quality of care provided في الجنوب وفي الشمال وفي كل مكان في المملكة كانت على مستوى عالي. يكفي انه اليونيفيكيشن اوف براكتس كان موجود في كل مكان في كل قطاعات الصحة في المملكة، وهذا ريفليكشن على انه فعليا كانت الكواليتي موجوده ومطبقه وما زالت. ولكن الادفايس الاولى والاخيره اللي احنا بنحكيها دائما، if you said there is no quality, start by yourself. Be the quality agent, be the quality change agent in your hospital. بعض الأنظمة لا تناسب بيئة العمل وغير منطقية بس مضطرين نتبعها لأنها واجب. again. طيب one simple instruction أو one simple method أو one simple advice: knowledge is the power. يعني الأخت زهرة مثلا، انت بتقولي لي انه مثلا بعض الانظمه لا تناسب بيئه العمل وغير منطقيه بس مضطرين نتبعها لانها واجب. خلينا احنا نيجي هيك بس لكونسبت انه النولج از ذا باور. لو انا مكانك I will get myself involved في اكثر من educational activity، اتعلم اتطور من نفسي وبعدين ابدا الاشياء اللي تعلمتها هذه احطها في بيئه العمل اللي انا بشتغل فيها. believe me الناس will follow the knowledge. علشان هيك النولج از ذا باور دائما. واذا ما في عندنا كواليتي خلينا احنا نكون الكواليتي ايجنت او التشينج ايجنت في المكان اللي احنا فيه. اوكي طيب let's start with our last lecture of this course. And please, I really appreciate the way how we are discussing things with each other. So if you have any question after this, sorry, after this lecture we will have an 15 minutes discussion. So feel free to raise your issues and your points, and let's move for the next or last topic of our course: transformational leadership. I will simply introduce to you the transformational leadership, and I will try to configure the difference between transformational and transactional leaders. Since the 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 initiation of the science of management or the administration, we used to always follow the transactional or the traditional way of management, and the traditional way of managing people, and how we will affect the people, how we can manage the task, the situations, the problems, everything. The most important thing in this part, if you remember in the communication lecture, we said that there are vertical communication methods, right? And most of the communication are always in the healthcare organization coming through the vertical communication, right? But this way of giving instructions to the people is an old fashioned nowadays. Still, we need to follow the hierarchy of the authority in the organization or in the hospital. But this does not mean that I need to limit my thoughts or my ideas without raising my voice. Sometimes a very small or a very junior staff or who has recently joined the hospital have the greatest idea that can change the whole performance of the hospital if he or she got the chance to raise the voice or to raise this point or to make it visible to the people, the idea and the thoughts. But again, since we are working in the same way that we used to learn from the beginning of our responsibility as a healthcare providers, we just used to say that the boss is giving instruction, the boss is giving advices, and we have to follow. Now, the part of creativity was little, like, minimized because of this culture. So what is required from me? As I just introduced you, try to start by yourself, enrich your information and knowledge, then move forward. People will start talk to you. People will start expose themselves to you. People will actually, it will be like an infection. You will infect people with your knowledge, and people will start working with you. So change your mentality, change your mind, and be someone who is transformational by the end. By the end of this lecture, I will give you one example, and you all will be convinced that the way how we manage people, the way how the things will change. If you will give instructions, it is totally different than once you lead the people by a different way. Instruction can get the things done, and the other way that we are going to introduce to you now can also manage people, but in a very creative way and a very flexible way that can raise their ideas and enrich your books with a lot of thoughts and ideas, or a new thoughts and ideas and the creative ideas actually. Okay. So what do we mean by transformational leadership? As you can see, transformational leaders are those who stimulate and inspire followers to both achieve extraordinary outcomes and in the process develop their own leadership capacity. So, if I am a transformational leader and I have 3 or 4 people under my team, those people are going to perform one task. I assign them to do one task. As a transformational leader, I'm caring about the task to be done. As a traditional leader also, I am caring about the task to be done. In both categories of leadership, the transformational and the traditional or transactional leader will get the task done. But the difference in the transformational is, while those people are performing the task, while they are achieving the goal, I will enhance their leadership skills. I will make a new leaders in my department or in my unit just because they started to achieve the target. I will emphasize more on the leadership skills. Okay? Transformational leadership, with its emphasis on vision, employee empowerment, and challenging the traditional leadership hypothesis, has become a well-liked model among today's more progressive organizations. Again, transformational leadership, with its emphasis on the vision, employee empowerment, and challenging the traditional leadership hypothesis, has become a well-liked model. This is why now it is really preferable to have any organization or any emerging organization with a transformational style of leadership. It is not now, no more traditional leadership is required. You need to give, you need to give the flexibility of those people to express their ideas, to expose their thoughts and the creativity. So no more way of leading the people with a strict rules and regulation, giving instructions, giving a very strict deadline. You have to do this, you have to finish that. No. Now, transformational leaders are totally different, and we will see. Leaders motivate and inspire. They relentlessly create the vision and set strategies for action. Their ultimate gift is not to have followers, but to develop many other leaders. So, if you remember yesterday, I said there was one simple statement: leader, the actual leader, the great leader, actually, who can create leaders from his group. Not only who is the one who is achieving the target by his group. No, all the people are performing well, but the great leader is the one who is creating other leaders. Yes, leaders should prepare future leaders. And this is one item of the transformational leadership. Now, let's try to compare between the transformational leaders and the transactional old-fashioned leaders. The transformational leader will look to satisfy the greater need of the individual. But what was happening before, the transactional leader was always focusing on what? Tell me what you have achieved today. But in the transformational leaders, you will have those people looking for the need of the individual. The transactional leaders make many deals with those being led. The transactional leader, the old-fashioned way of leading people, if you face the problem with one of your staff, you will start negotiating. Can you do this to me and I will give you 1 day off? Can you do this to me and I will give you like overtime, or I will give you extra working hours? So the transactional leaders, the old-fashioned way of leading the people, was just like, you are doing deals with the people. But the transformational leader, no. He's looking for the needs, and he will try his best to satisfy the needs of the team. Also, the transactional leader, the old-fashioned, is based on rewards versus punishment. Either you do this, I will reward you. If you don't do this, I will punish you. But what about the transformational? No. Transformational will keep on rewarding you by his own experience, by teaching you, by making you a new leader. And also, he will reward you physically by money, by gifts, by appreciation, and others. The transactional leaders, the old-fashioned leaders, is based on the job to be just only done. Meanwhile, the transformational leaders are going to the other part of empowering the team. What are the benefits that I can expect from the transformational leadership? Is it just only a theory part? Is it something just like I need to talk about it, or something I need to really implement it? If I want to implement it, I need to know what are the benefits that I'm going to expect while I'm just doing the transformational way of leading people. If I tell you higher level of productivity, is this a good benefit for you to change your mind from transactional leader, old-fashioned leader, to transformational leader? What do you think? If you are expert leader, yes, sure, it's not only the productivity, but if you are a true leader, sure, one of your dimension is the productivity. Now, transformational leadership is offering you a higher level of productivity. And by the way, this is not only a theoretical description. This is totally based on scientific evidences and researches. Transformational leaders always grant a higher level of productivity. And I promise you, by the end of this lecture, you will match all those benefits with the example that I'm going to give you. The transformational leaders can increase the employee satisfaction. Okay. Satisfied, happy employee can last longer than unsatisfied employee. If I'm working in Hospital X and I have this kind of like old-fashioned management, or the people who are just managing by orders and instructions, by punishment only and rewards in some situations, if I'm not happy with this institution or with this hospital, sure, I will search for other chances, right? But according to the studies, according to the researches, people who are working under a transformational leaders, they are really satisfied. And any satisfied employee can last longer than any unsatisfied employee. If I'm satisfied with my institute, I will work on my hospital for longer period other than the people who are not satisfied. And this is the other concept that we are discussing, which is the retention. The retention of your staff is a hidden investment. Retention of your staff is a hidden investment. What does it mean? They used to say retaining one employee is better than hiring 3. Retaining one employee is better than hiring 3 new staff. Why? If you retain your employee, your old employee or your senior employee, if you retain him or her for longer period, those staff are senior staff. They can produce more, they can product more, they are aware more about your culture, your policies, your procedures, the quality of patient you are dealing with. Imagine yourself, you have staff X who have spent 10 years in your hospital, and because he is not satisfied, he decided to leave. If you retain this staff, this will grant the performance of your hospital. But if he decided and he was insisting to leave, you have to replace him with someone else. Anyone else who will come to you, you need to start the process from the beginning. You need to teach him again, to educate him, to give him a training, and then to start waiting for his outcome in the performance. So you need to focus on the retention of the staff rather than bringing in new staff. And transformational leadership can grant you the retention of your staff. Transformational leadership will give you a stronger trust-based relationship between the team members. And this will impact more on the productivity, on the retention, and on all other positive signs of a healthy work environment. كمان انت بتبني وتاسس موظفين يرفعوا من كفاءه العمل وروح العمل الجماعي. هذا اللي transformational leader. Yes, you are right, because he knows the work. Yes, the old employee, the senior employee always knows the culture. You build on the experience. Yes. By the way, one of the important things we need all to know, we have maybe, let's say in the kingdom, we have 1,000 hospitals. Are those hospitals the same? Usually, each hospital has its own culture. And this is a tricky situation while we are talking about staff retention. If you brought one staff who is expert, who have 5 or 10 years experience from other hospital, this staff will need at least 6 months to start working. The first 6 months of this staff is just to adapt and to get to know the culture of your hospital. After that, he or she will start producing or producing an outcome from his work. So one of the important thing is deal with your hospital as a unique culture. It is not similar to the other hospitals. So you have to look for the retention of your staff. And again, those are the benefits that can be granted by the transformational leadership. Common traits of transformational leaders. What they look like, those people. They possess a clear vision of their goals and expectation. They possess a clear vision. Those are visionary people. They have a very long vision in the future, and they know exactly what will be the future. So they are always following a vision, visionary people. This is number one. They are energetic, enthusiastic, and passionate. They are always working, and they are attached to the work, but not attached in a toxic culture. No, they are attached in a very positive culture in the work. So again, they are visionary people. They are energetic, working, and producing more. Also, the transformational leaders, they are focused on helping everyone to succeed. They are not selfish. Okay? They are always helping others, supporting others. If he finds the transformational leader, if he finds someone lacking the information, he will not go and punish him. No. He will start to search about a method how to fulfill the information about this employee, or how to match the requirements of the task with his capabilities. Simple scenario. I am a transformational leader. One of my team members is lacking the data analysis capabilities. And I know that he is willing to learn. What I will do, while I'm performing the task, I will assign someone else to teach him about data analysis, or I will send him for a very short course in data analysis within 1 or 2 weeks, at least to catch the concept of data analysis. Then I will bring him back to continue in the same task. But if I am a transactional leader, old-fashioned leader, you know what I will do? I will kick him out of the team, and I will assign this to someone else in the team who can do data analysis. Right or wrong? What do you think? Right? So again, to emphasize more, Transformational leaders are visionary, they are energetic, working always, they are attached to the work with a positive culture of work, and they are focusing on helping everyone to succeed. The same. Why it is wrong? Okay. The four components of transformational leadership: intellectual stimulation, individualized consideration, inspirational motivation, idealized influence. One by one. The transformational leader is intellectual stimulation. What is intellectual? What is the meaning of intellectual? The concept of intellectual. Do you know? What is the meaning of intellectual? Thought process, mental, mindset. This is intellectual. So the transformational leader, is intellectual stimulation. While he is performing the task and he is managing his team, he will stimulate the mental capabilities of those people. He will teach them how how to think out of the box, as we are always hearing. The transformational leader will lead the people how to think, how to sort out things in a different way rather than the traditional way. So he is targeting the mental capabilities of his team. Also, he is individualized consideration. Even he is working in a team, he will look for each person in his team and he will consider those people one by one. He will be very flexible with them. If he got to know that this staff or this person have some concern. The other way, the old-fashioned way was, as I told you, we need to replace this member. We need to take him out. This is the old-fashioned. But the transformational leaders, no, they will focus. Why he is not performing well? I should understand or I should know what is the reason. There is something wrong with this guy. There is something wrong with this member. The transformational leader will go down and will try to understand why he is not performing well. And he will work with him to enhance his performance. Also, the transformational leader is inspirational motivation. He will motivate the people. He will push them to the higher level of performance, but not by toughness or by fairness. No, by a friendly culture surrounding the team. Also, he will idealize the influence. How he will idealize, fixes people rather than replacing them. Yes, he will encourage people. He will look for why staff X is not performing well. Rather than the old way of leading people, it was, no need for him. If he is not in harmony with the team, remove him from the team. No, the transformational leader will look behind what is happening with this staff. I need to understand the situation. I need to make him similar to the other team members with the same level of performance. This is why we called it an ideal influence to the team members. Again, in the intellectual stimulation, transformational leaders challenge the status quo. They encourage creativity among followers. He encouraged creativity. And believe me, if you are under a transformational leader, you will always think about very weird or very creative ideas. And by default, you will be, affected by him or her. The leader, intellectual leader, we add acknowledging and appreciating the staff values and efforts. Yes, sure, sure. للأسف ما زالت بعض الإدارات متمسكة بالطرق القديمة مما يسبب هروب الكفاءات من المكان. But believe me, 2030 things will be totally different. Look for social needs. Yes, the transformational leader can really consider the social needs of the staff. Okay, the leader encourage followers to explore new ways of doing things. Let's assume that we are working on enhancing the medication safety. Leader A can do it in the traditional way. Come on, let's do a root cause analysis. Let's try to sort out what are the reasons of the medication errors, what are the root causes. Then let's do action plan, and then we will fix and we will monitor. But maybe the transformational leader, if you assign him to do the same task, he will bring two or three people with him. He might give you another concept of how to minimize the medication errors based on the, let's say, the staff capabilities or the staff knowledge and information. He will think and he will deal with things in a different way rather than the traditional way of doing things. This is why we called him, he is intellectual stimulant. He can stimulate the way of thinking. Also, the transformational leader, once he is an intellectual stimulation, the leader encourage followers with the new opportunities for growth and learning. And this is 100% granted once you are dealing with a transformational leader. In the individualized consideration, leaders offer support and encouragement to individualized followers. He is supporting and encouraging the staff under his team, rather than the old way of, he is my boss, I need to obey his command, I need to show respect, I need to be professional with him, right? The transformational leaders keep lines of communication open door policy. We used to work under a traditional managers who will never allow us to contact him out of duty hours, right? Or his office is always closed. Don't contact me unless you have an urgent issue. On the opposite side, the transformational leader will give you a clear line or an open line of communication whenever you want. Okay? Followers feel free to share ideas openly. In the opposite side, if you are under the care of a traditional manager, you sometimes will feel afraid to raise a creative idea because you thought that he might be angry against my thoughts or against my ideas, because some of those traditional managers or traditional leaders will take care or will care about their chairs. They don't want someone to threat their existence in the hospital or in the organization. The transformational leader will be very happy if you take his place, because that time he will know that he have created a great leader. Exactly, Mr. Badr. I understand from that this kind of leader will make a leader out of every one of his employees, just to make it a very correct statement, or enhance the leadership skills of his subordinate or of his team. Clear? So the followers will feel free to share ideas openly with the transformational leader. Me myself, I used to keep my ideas sometimes with some kind of leaders who might feel threatened because of my thoughts, and I think some of you have experienced the same experience. What to do to face the transactional leaders? The good news is that the whole kingdom is working toward now, is moving toward transformational way of leading people. This is the good news. So most likely in 2030, most of the leaders will be transformational leaders, inshallah. Leaders offer direct recognition of their followers and unique contribution. Direct recognition. He will get every chance to recognize you. Like if you were in a presentation, or you have started to present your outcome in the team in front of the higher management, the transformational leader will stand up and say, this was the effort of staff X. He is the one who did this. And I think the traditional leaders are totally different, right? The transformational leaders have a clear vision that they are able to articulate to followers. Again, transformational leaders have a clear vision that they are able to articulate to followers. Sometimes, in our usual way of management, you will find your boss giving you a task that you might understand nothing about it. And then he will ask you to perform it. Just do this for me. Maybe you are not aware even how to do it. The transformational leader, before start assigning the people for the task to be done, he will make sure that every single one of his team is aware about what we are doing and what we are going to implement, or what we are going to change, what we are going to create. And understanding the problem, or understanding the problem statement, is half of the solution. Leaders help followers experience the same passion and motivation to reach their goals. And he will project, he will project, he will make it like an a similar culture. The same feelings of motivation he will spread those feelings to his team, so they are all motivated, same as him, same as her, as a transformational leader. Now you will think that this leader is not existing at all, right? هيك يجيكم احساس انه ما في هاي النوعيه مش موجوده ابدا من الليدرز، صح؟ From my own experience, they are existing. There are a lot of transformational leaders. Now, the transformational leaders serve as a role model for the followers. He is a role model for the followers. Okay? You will find that the team members are always talking about their leaders. They will, they will make a very, very huge stories about his performance, his mentality, his thoughts, because they are all are affecting by his way of managing people. The followers will trust and respect the leader, and this is 100% granted. Especially if those members under the team and in the team of the transformational leader had an experience with the traditional leader. If you will move any member under a transformational leader, yes, by the end of the lecture, I will give you some names. If you will move one team member who is working under a traditional leader to a new team under a transformational leader, he will express that he is living the happiest days of his life or her life, because he will see that this leader is knowledgeable, influencer, visionary, have a very creative ideas and thoughts, and he is friendly. Followers emulate the leader and internalize their ideas with him. There will be a very high harmony between the team members and the leaders. So how is the strategy of transformational people working? If I am now a transformational leader, I will do the following. I will create an environment and an opportunity to motivate and inspire employees. Okay? Myself, I will start creating an environment that is very positive environment with a lot of opportunity for the staff to motivate them and inspire employees. And if I am intelligent leader, I will see each one of them what is the motivate for him or her. You know that sometimes people are motivated by rewards. Sometimes people are motivated by recognition or education or authority. So as a transformational leader, you need to understand your team members, what they need. Staff X is different than staff Y. Staff X is motivated by rewards. I will give him rewards. Staff Y is motivated by training, courses, or authorities. I will provide him with courses, authorities, and education. So he will create an environment and opportunity to motivate the staff under his management. Also, is excellent when when the company is facing a challenge or change in directions. Those transformational leaders will appear in the disasters. Why? I told you that the transformational leader or the transformational leader can grant you a high performance and a very high level of performance. So in the disasters, while the company is or the organization is facing a very huge direction change related to like downsizing or any issues related to the state of the hospital, those transformational leader will start achieving and performing in a very level or a very high level of performance, because yes, they are very supportive. Also, as a transformational leader, in your strategy as a transformational leader, provide a sense of purpose and meaning that can unite the employees to achieve a common set of goals. This is within your strategy as a transformational leader. Okay? But what are the challenges that might face me as a transformational leader? Sometimes success depends on the the high the highly developed intellectual skills of the employees to be successful. Success depends on the highly developed intellectual skills of the employees to be successful, and this might be sometimes lacking. Why? Because not all of our staff or our colleagues or our employees are very skillful in the way of intellectual or mental creativity, and this can be one of the challenges that you might face. Also, one of the big challenges that you might face is the excitement, and job satisfaction alone cannot achieve the targets. Even if your team members are very happy, very excited, but this should not affect the performance toward the goal or toward the task that you are performing. It is not only the heaven. It is not only that we are very happy working with you. No, we are happy that we are working with you, and at the same time, we are doing our task. The single biggest way to impact an organization is to focus on transformational leadership. There is almost no limit to the potential of an organization that recruits good people, raises them up as leaders, and continually develops them. This is by John Maxwell. Yes, the hierarchy of the institute can also be one of the challenges that might face us in the transformational strategy. But this can be avoided by the leader himself. Again, let's give a real example. If you assign the medical director in your hospital, and your medical director is a transformational leader, now you will not ask his team, under his team, you will not ask them why they have break the rules of the communication, because you will talk directly to whom? To the leader himself, not the team under him. By the way, if you give an assignment to a transformational leader as a CEO or as a director of the hospital, you know that your medical director is a transformational leader. Okay? You assigned him to do one task. As a CEO of the hospital, you are not authorized to punish or to ask or to one minute, 2 minutes, inshallah, and we are done. You will not go to the team under the transformational leader as a CEO. If you want to change or if you want to do any responsibility for the team leader, not for the team members. So the hierarchy of this will be granted by the leader himself. Now, 3 habits of the transformational leaders: they speak from their hearts, and they speak from your heart and quiet your mind. Transformational leaders are curious and playful out. They tell relevant stories that can generate ideas and make a shift in one's mindset. 4 steps to become a transformational leader: create an inspiring vision, motivate people to buy into and deliver the vision, manage delivery of the vision, build ever stronger trust-based relationship with people. Now, my question: who can tell me one example about a true transformational leader nowadays? And most of the information I have said here are matching his criteria or his character. Dr. Walid Ftaihi. This is the answer I'm looking for. سمو الأمير محمد بن سلمان is the true transformational leader in most of the characters. The most important part I used to say about the transformational leaders, those people are creative and visionary people. They have vision. They have vision. And Sumo al-Amir Mohammed bin Salman have initiated this vision. Look at the whole performance of the kingdom comparing between 2015 till now. The kingdom is jumping in almost in the all directions, in the healthcare sectors, in the education, in the technology. Everything is advancing within 5 years because of the mentality, because of the visionary mentality. So, yes, together with the other features of the transformational management, the vision, the inspiration of others, he have created a lot of leaders, right? And the only like the very accurate fact that look at many directions in the healthcare, in the technology, in education, and خطوط المواصلات والسكك الحديدية many things, you will see the impact within just only 5 to 7 years. And this is a very huge jump all around the kingdom. أسماء في مجال الصحة، مدراء أو أطباء. صحيح 100%. وزير الصحة سابق توفيق الربيع. نعم. طيب. Now we are done with our webinar. I hope that those 2 days or those 4 days were fruitful for you. You got the valued educational requirements that you obtained to have. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نستغفرك ونتوب إليك. I hope that everything was clear to you. Please feel free to ask about any of my topics that were introduced to you today and yesterday, even for my colleague Dr. Ahmed in the days before. So now the area is yours and we have around 15 minutes discussion. Feel free to ask, feel free to inquiry or to raise your inquiries about anything. again, please, if you have any question or any clarification, feel free to ask.